They thought we wasn't paying attention. Yeah. Yo, Imani, talk your talk. Facts, facts. I came with receipts, I ain't come to play. Expose every lie they've been selling all day. Head held high, I ain't ducking no smoke. So, truth hit harder when the system broke. Talk to 'em. I came with receipts, every file got names. Everybody loud till accountability came. We ain't moving in fear, we applying that heat. Better tighten up now, cause I brought the receipts. Let's go, let's go. See the cameras flash when the hearings start. Whole room shook when they spoke from the heart, trying to cut me off, now I claim my time. Every interruption just exposed the crime. History long, but the memory longer. Pressure make diamonds, pressure make stronger. You can twist headlines, spin every thread. Can't rewrite facts when the truth been said. Everybody gangster behind that desk. To the numbers show the public been stressed. Families hurting while they paint pretty pictures. Meanwhile, pockets getting thin about a minute. Facts. Tell them stop capping quick gas like games. People buy eggs with a pocket full of change. You can fake statistics on a PowerPoint slide, but the checkout line don't never lie. Who gon' speak? We will. Who gon' fight? All night. Who gon' stand when they kill our rights? We will, we will. I came with receipts, I ain't come to play. Expose every lie they've been selling all day. Head held high, I ain't ducking no smoke. Truth hit harder when the system broke. Let's ride, let's ride. I came with receipts, every file got names. Everybody loud till accountability came. We ain't moving in fair, we applying that heat. Better tighten up now, cause I brought the receipts. Courtrooms echo, but the streets hit louder. Every bad ruling made the movement prouder. Take one vote, then we register 10. Built from the block, let the people win. Can't silence voices born from struggle. Built these dreams through pain and hustle. Grandma marched so I could speak. Now I'm 10 toes down every single week. Every chapter got another revelation. People waking up across the nation. Ain't no crime without confrontation. Truth is the spark for transformation. Wake up, ain't about left, ain't about right. It's about wrong, hiding under bright lights. Question everything, don't question names. Power belongs to the people, not the fame. If they tell you hush, if they tell you wait, move now. If they tell you quit, if they shut one door, if they shut one door, build more doors. Look. Look, I don't need permission. I was born with a mission. Every generation got a choice. I'm choosing resistance. Feel like a weapon, mic like a torch. Truth keep burning till it let the hope pour. Kingdoms fall when the people unite. Darkness disappear when they turn on the light. Ain't chasing black, I'm chasing change. Every verse another broken chain. Break it, break it, break it. Every sister standing up. Every brother finding peace. Every time watching us. Learning courage, don't decrease it, multiply. I can't move its seats. I ain't come to play. Truth don't fall when the headlines fade. Built for the pressure, built for the fight. We keep pushing till the future look bright. Let's go. Hands to the sky, voices repeat. Justice ain't giving, you earn every seat. From the block to the ballot, from the mic to the street. We ain't leaving till the people complete their mission. The mission facts, the movement, stand up, no fear. We brought the receipts. Truth. Funny thing about hate, the people that say they can't stand you know everything about you. Every live stream, every post, every move. That's not hate, that's obsession. Run it. Why you watching me if you don't like me? Why are you clocking me? Every upload, every stream, every word I speak. You know my whole life better than the folks that sit with me. Why you watching me? Talking crazy, but you boosting me. You call it hate, I call it free publicity. You in the comments every day promoting me. Why you watching me? You say I'm fake, but you never miss a show. Notifications on front row, screenshot queen. Got photos on your phone, studying my life while neglecting your own. Every week another rumor gets spun. Same five people talking under everyone, claiming that they win it, claiming that they won. But somehow I'm still the topic every month. Ain't that funny? You know my schedule, you know my guests, you know my circle, you know my steps. Know every sentence, know every laugh, know every live stream. From beginning to last. Girl, that's work. Should've sent the resume. Spent 10 years watching me and still ain't get paid. Meanwhile, I'm building while you sitting in rage. Trying to stop my shine while giving me engagement. Why you watching me if you don't like me? Why are you clocking me? Every upload, every stream, every word I speak. You know my whole life better than the folks that sit with me. Why you watching me? Talking crazy, but you're boosting me. You call it hate, I call it free publicity. You in the comments every day promoting me. Why you watching me? Yeah, YouTube streets got detectives on patrol. Whole channel built around another woman's goals. Breaking down thumbnails, breaking down clothes, breaking down friendships, breaking down souls. Talking all day but accomplishing none. Living through drama like it's oxygen. Trying to recruit every bit of little frame, building fake armies that collapse in the end. See, I learned something. Misery needs company. Happy people don't spend years on a hunting spree. Successful folks ain't checking who I talk to. Successful folks too busy making boss moves. The math ain't mathing. Let's be factual. If I was irrelevant, why you so attached to me? If I was finished, why you still react to me? You built your platform off reacting to me. I don't fear criticism. Criticism helps people grow. But obsession, that's different. Imagine waking up every day to monitor somebody you claim you don't like. That's not power. That's a prison. And you built the cell yourself. Yeah. God got me walking and I know who I am. Can't no comment section cancel God's plan. People throw stones when they don't understand, but every attack on the strength is the stand. I pray for my enemies, wish them healing too, cause carrying that much anger got a cost to you. While you counting my blessings, I'm counting mine. While you studying my life, I'm improving mine. See the difference? One road builds, one road destroys. One creates peace, one just creates noise. And when the camera's off and the live stream ends, you still gotta face yourself, my friend. Why you watching me if you don't like me? Why are you clocking me? Every upload, every stream, every word I speak. You know my whole life better than the folks that sit with me. Why you watching me? Keep talking, keep posting, keep obsessing, keep proving my point. Some people spend their whole lives trying to become somebody. Others spend their whole lives watching somebody become somebody. Choose wisely. Choose wisely. Choose wisely.
Hey y'all, what's up? It's your girl Golden, and we are back with another video, y'all, just as promised. And today we're doing something a little bit different. We're doing a variety show because, you know, everybody may tap in for a little bit of something here and there that they might like that we report on. And so we figure maybe we'll mix it up a bit and do some, you know, content where we got a little bit of everything and it's not just one thing. And, you know, unless it's highly highly important for us to report on, such as the politics and stuff like that, because it's so much. And of course, yes, we will be including some of that in the live today. But before I get into all of that, y'all, it is about 1:51 p.m. here Eastern Time in the United States and the Carolinas. And y'all, the weather is nice. Again, it's very hot outside and the sun is shining. So you know what that means. I'm in an excellent mood. I hope you guys are having an excellent day in whatever respectful times on your end, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, or night. I hope the weather is lovely for you, and I hope you're having great experiences, y'all. It is officially Hump Day, so we are halfway through the week, y'all. It's Wednesday. What's up? So you know, I have my beautiful, lovely, intelligent co-host here with me, Imani, and so I'm gonna go ahead and bring her up to the stage. Shout out to Polo and Mama Warrior, who is in the chat. She is joining us behind the scenes while she's watching our little peanut for me back in the room. Thank you, Polo, for coming in and rocking with us. And anybody who may just be back in the cut listening, we thank you for your participation as well. We can feel your presence. And anybody who watches this on the replay, we really appreciate that. But Imani, what's going on, girl? How you doing? How's your day? How's the weather? How you feeling? What's good?
Yeah, the sun's shining. I'm good. It's 10 minutes before 7 p.m. We've had some good weather today. Been a bit busy doing some admin, but I'm okay. How about you? How about you? You had a busy day? Mind you, it's early for you still.
Yes, for compared to your time zone, yeah, it's still a bit early for me. So, yeah, we had a pretty good morning or whatnot. Just typical things. How's work? Making sure JJ straight. He's doing real well. We talked about that. You know what, where he was at. But he's back to his self child, bouncing all around the house, chasing him around, chasing these dogs around and stuff like that. Just regular household things. And when the sun goes down a little bit, I'm gonna take him outside. He wants to go outside in the Spider-Man car today. So we're gonna go outside and ride around, child. We're gonna be riding around and getting it. Hopefully we getting it, but I know for sure we're gonna be riding around. But yeah, he wants to go out. And he made a friend, a cute little girl in the neighborhood or whatnot. She lived just right next door to us. She's a sweetie pie. And so they're like literally the same age, the same height and everything. And they was out there playing yesterday and they wanted to get back together and play today. So he gonna pull up his car, tipping on fofos and see, maybe she wanna come outside and play. That type of stuff. But no, girl, outside of that, we had a really great morning, afternoon, early afternoon. And yeah, that'll be it. We're gonna go outside and play after we done the live. But I found, we found some great topics or whatnot that we came across that we wanted to come and, talk about that I think are very relevant and important. So yeah, I think we got a nice little live setup here. But before we get into that, did you want to tap into any housekeeping? And I think you had a few messages or whatnot that you wanted to share before we get started and get into the meat and potatoes of the live. Yeah, tipping on fofos.
Yeah, I've just got a brief message today, really. I hope everyone of you is having a wonderful day wherever you are in the world, whether you're at home, at work, on your lunch break, commuting, or just taking a well earned moment to relax. Thank you for choosing to spend some time with us. Um, Before we get started, um, can you please like, share, and subscribe if you like the content? These simple actions really do help us reach more people and grow this positive community. And if you're in a position to do so, um, please try and support some of these other content creators that I'm going to call out: Ralph the Wise, Maggie, Trevor Green, Kimmy Love, Unwind with Teddy, Cultivate with Kai, Mel's World, Gooditopia, We the People, Mr. Nobody, Just Call Me Sammy, Judge Shady Court, Dropping the Tea, Star, Cups of Conversation, Rose Tea Politics, 1-800 Brick City, Blueberry Street, and Polo's Porch, who's in here today. Go over there, give them your support, like, share, subscribe to their channel. If they are monetized, buy a subscription if you can, and if you like their content. Um, Your support helps everyone to bring, thoughtful discussions, global news, history, tea, beef, conversations, anything that informs and inspires you and encourages you. And don't forget, supporting these medium size, I'm not going to say lower size, medium size independent creators helps keep diverse voices alive. And thank you all for being here. We truly appreciate every view, every like, every share, and every kind word. And that's it for me.
Thank you for that, Imani. Yeah, absolutely. Like, and as we have talked about before, like moving forward, what we really trying to do, excuse me, as far as our energy, is like just support one another and lift everybody up. We all have our own styles and our own ways of doing things and our own different type of content that we make, right? And how we kick it and we do things on our channels. And so I just feel like there's too much to go around. I know I keep saying this and I will continue to say this and I'll continue to sound like a broken record, but there's too much to go around for everybody to win and get a slice and a piece. And so we don't have to scrap like, dogs in the street or anything like that at an opportunity or a chance or anything. Like, it's too much. And there's a lot of people out here that do their thing the way they do it. And it's cool, it's entertaining, it's informative, whatever it is they're bringing to the table. It may be somebody's cup of tea, it may not be somebody's cup of tea, but at the very minimum, what we can do is at least support one another, salute one another, and lift each other up, because it's better when we try to see each other win. You know what I mean? But yeah, shout out to 1-800 Brick City and Polo. Thank y'all so much for joining and coming in. Polo says, I'm grabbing lunch, chili and turkey club sandwich, but I'm listening. Chili and turkey club sandwich? I ain't never had that. What's the chili and turkey club sandwich? You got to tell me about that. What is that? That sounds like it could be good though, because y'all know we'll try everything. We got a little bit of a recipe here on the live that we're going to show y'all towards the end, But 1-800 Brick C says, I'm well. That's good. That's good. And wonderful Wednesday. Absolutely. Yep. So is that all you have for your housekeeping, Imani? Did you have any additional housekeeping you want to kick off before we get into?
No, no, that's it for me. That's it for me today. Short and sweet.
Okay. Well, when it comes to the housekeeping, basically what we have seen, we took a look around the YouTube streets, and honestly, the streets aren't even that dirty, right? So there isn't too much cleaning for us to do today, which means we can get to keep it light, keep it positive, and keep it moving. But just because the streets are mostly clear doesn't mean we can't do a little standard maintenance here and there. But we are keeping the vibes high, the truth clear, and the love flowing. Because we don't have tons of mess to clear out, I wanted to bless you all, and y'all will see at the end of the live later. We're going to be talking about one of my absolute favorite dishes, and it may be one of y'all favorite dishes as well. We have some recipes here from one of my favorite chefs that has an online platform, and it's cooking and grilling with AB. And so AB has his rendition of oxtails, child. And so we'll be looking at that recipe later because it inspired me, because I said, you know what, I want some oxtails. And so I'm gonna order me some and I'm gonna cook me some. But before I cook and stuff, I watch like a plethora of different recipes so I can get, a little bit of different idea how I want to go with it. Now we all know oxtails have gotten a bit pricey. They've always been pricey, and considering what's happening now with this current administration, the foods and stuff, the prices are even higher. So they basically are treating them like they're pure gold. But let me tell you a secret. They are incredibly easy to make and cook right at home. So you do not have to go to a restaurant, and you definitely do not need to overpay. Okay. In fact, let's talk about self-love for a second. We need to love ourselves a whole lot more than thinking we have to offer up any kind of wild sexual favors just to get a good plate of food, such as oxtails. It is never that deep. So listen, I don't ever want to see anyone out here.
Sorry. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying, I don't ever want to see nobody out here going hungry. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to be making a big pot of these oxtails myself, y'all. And I watch chefs and I watch, cooking videos, but I also been to culinary school, so y'all can trust me. And let me make this clear for you. If you want a plate, you can just come and get it for free. You ain't gotta offer nothing up for it. You ain't gotta trade nothing. No kitty cat required. You understand? You can just come and get you a nice little plate of oxtails, some rice and peas, some plantains on the side. It's gonna be real good. It's gonna be real tasty. We're gonna feed our hearts and we're gonna feed our souls. Let's just feed one another when we're in need, okay? Keep the currency in the kitchen and keep your dignity intact. And let's enjoy some good food. But anyway, I just wanted to
I
go ahead and
understand someone once threw their coochie at someone for some oxtails, and the old man threw it right back. Apparently,
well.
allegedly.
So allegedly, that's what had happened. And I'm like, yo, that's terrible. Like, what? We out here trading kitty cat for oxtails? Come on now. That's two different animals there. But anyway, yeah, we'll hook you up. You want to play the oxtails? Come through. We got you. But at the end of the day, it's all about community unity and looking out for each other with a smile, no mess, just good food and good laughs and stuff like that. So stay tuned for the recipe later, y'all. We got you. We got you. But let's go ahead and segue into what we'll be talking about on today's live. Y'all know I just wanted to put a little juggy joke up in there. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. But I'm really serious though. I really am gonna make some oxtails. And I'm debating if I'm gonna do like a cooking video. When I do these cooking videos, I really rather have better equipment, right? When it comes to like recording the cooking videos instead of just recording on my cell phone because that's how I do it. But you get it how you live until you can get a little bit better. So I'm gonna make some oxtails, y'all. I'm gonna make some rice and peas, some plantains. It's gonna be a whole nice situation going on. And I'm still trying to think, am I gonna record it and do it as a cooking video content? Y'all let me know if y'all want me to do that. If y'all want me to do it as a cooking video content, I will. If not, I might just make them and then just come on the live and key them up eating them. But then I feel like I'm teasing you all, in a certain type of way. But like I said, if you want a plate, pull up. You can get you an oxtail plate. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. But anyway, let's get into what we're talking about, y'all. So this segment that we decided to do is the Golden and Imani's variety show. So we are live on this beautiful July 1st, 2026, and we have a lineup for you today. We are breaking down the biggest global updates with a look at Democracy Now!, followed by Reese Waters' sharp breakdown on Fox News. Plus, we'll be diving into the latest with Don Lemon, but we aren't just talking news. Music icon Mathew Knowles has sat down and joined TS Madison to share how the Destiny Child Survivor song became his ultimate anthem during his battle with breast cancer, which I didn't know he had that. So God bless him, and I'm glad that he was able to survive and make it through that. But he will speak on that himself when we listen to a little bit of their interview. And to wrap it all up, like I said, y'all, we're gonna get a little taste of heaven with Smokin and Grillin with AB, and he's gonna be making some melt in your mouth smothered oxtails. So y'all grab your drinks, get comfortable in the chat, and let's get into it. So for the first topic, we'll be digging into. We like to watch Democracy Now! Because they do global news and they give a little bit of updates of what is going on all over when it comes to the political sector. So we'll be kicking off the stream by tapping into independent journalists with latest global and domestic headlines over at Democracy Now! We're highlighting the major systemic, political, and human rights stories that mainstream media often overlooks, keeping our community thoroughly informed and critically aware of the world around us. So, y'all, staying informed through independent journalism empowers us to see the bigger picture. When we understand the truth of what's happening globally, we are better equipped to advocate for justice, not for one, but for all. Lift up our communities and create real, lasting change from the ground up. So before we get into that video, Imani, did you have any things that you wanted to add or share before we go?
No, I'm good. I'm good. We can get right on into the video.
Yeah, we're gonna try to move past this one, this live, y'all, pretty quickly, because like I said, I got some plans to go out with my little peanut tonight, this evening, and it is night time for Imani, and she has some plans as well. So we getting started a little bit later than usual, y'all, but we're gonna go ahead and push right through this. What's up, dropping the tea? How you doing, girl? What's going on? I hope you're having a good day where you at there, girl. You in the UK as well, so it's about the same time, I think, for you and Imani. So I hope you having a great day as well, girl. What's up? What's up? What's up? Let's go ahead and pop this up real quick. Let me get my banners up here. It's fair use. And copyright disclaimer 107. And this is the news. So let's go ahead and get to a little bit of global news, y'all, and a quick run through. And we'll make commentary as we go and meet y'all in the chat per usual.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Venezuela, the confirmed death toll from last week's devastating twin earthquakes is nearing 2,000 people, though that number is expected to soar. On Tuesday, NASA researchers said a review of satellite images along the coast of La Guaira, near the epicenter of the June 24th earthquake, showed more than 58,000 buildings damaged or destroyed. Tens of thousands of people are still missing 1 week after the quake struck, with hopes fading that rescue teams will find remaining survivors trapped in the rubble. The United Nations warns displaced survivors are likely to face hunger and the spread of disease as the quakes have escalated. Venezuela's already dire humanitarian crisis, caused in part by harsh U.S. sanctions. Even before the earthquakes, aid groups estimate nearly 8 million people in Venezuela were already in need of urgent humanitarian support. The World Food Program is appealing for $50 million to provide food assistance to some 500,000 people in Venezuela over the next 3 months. Indirect technical talks between U.S. and Iranian teams got underway in Qatar today after Iran's top negotiator said his nation would not enter further high-level negotiations until the U.S. meets the terms of its memorandum of understanding with Iran. Mohammad Bakr Ghalibaf spoke on Iranian state television.
Even
now that we are negotiating with America, we are not negotiating with a friend. We are negotiating with an untrustworthy enemy who will definitely take action against us whenever they find the opportunity. In truth, a person can negotiate well only if they are also prepared for war.
Ghalibaf added Iran's guarantee of free passage through the Strait of Hormuz is only valid for 60 days and that Iran would never give up its rights to control the waterway under any circumstances. He called the strait Iran's greatest instrument of power. Following those remarks, Iran's Navy said a commercial container ship ran aground in shallow waters as it tried to circumvent the normal shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has threatened to bomb Iran for a third time, despite the Trump administration's apparent efforts at diplomacy. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met Tuesday with Israeli soldiers in southern Lebanon, telling his forces they would continue their occupation as long as Hezbollah poses a threat. It was his first visit to Lebanon since Israel invaded its northern neighbor March 2nd. Israeli attacks on Lebanon since then have killed over 4,000 people and have continued despite the U.S. ceasefire with Iran, which requires Israel stop bombing Lebanon and withdraw its forces. In Washington, D.C., the House of Representatives Tuesday rejected a war powers resolution seeking to limit President Trump's authority to involve U.S. forces in Israel's war on Lebanon. The measure was brought by Michigan Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian American serving in Congress. It was rejected on a vote of 189 to 235 after 22 Democrats joined most Republicans voting against it. The United Nations is calling on donors to fill $100 million gap in funding for UNRWA, the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees. On Tuesday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said millions of Palestinians are at risk due to the shortfall, as well as Israel's massive restrictions on UNRWA's ability to work in the occupied Palestinian territories. This comes as Israeli media is reporting the Trump-created so-called Board of Peace will soon begin managing humanitarian shelters in Gaza. The newspaper Israel Hayom reports the first site will open near Rafah within weeks and will be policed by a multinational force armed with so-called less lethal weapons. The report also stated Israel's military will continue expanding its control beyond the so-called yellow line agreed to in the U.S. brokered October ceasefire. Israel continues to violate the agreement on a daily basis. Republicans controlling the House Rules Committee have refused to allow a floor vote on a bipartisan amendment seeking to block the integration of the U.S. and Israeli militaries. The proposed U.S.-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative would accelerate U.S.-Israeli technology sharing, co-production of weapon systems, and partnerships on the military use of artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and more. An amendment by California Democrat Ro Khanna and Kentucky Republican Thomas Massie would have removed the initiative from the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act. Congressmember Khanna spoke out Tuesday after Republican leaders refused to make the amendment eligible for debate.
This is unconscionable. They're not even giving us a vote on the amendment. Thomas and I will continue to fight to make sure we don't compromise American sovereignty.
The Supreme Court, in a 6-3 ruling Tuesday, rejected President Trump's attempt to abolish birthright citizenship, a right that's enshrined in the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Trump signed an executive order on his first day back in office that declared children born in the U.S. to undocumented people or immigrant parents without permanent status would no longer be granted U.S. citizenship. Conservative Justices John Roberts, Amy Coney Barrett, and Brett Kavanaugh joined the three liberal justices in opposing Trump. Chief Justice Roberts wrote in the decision, quote, "Citizenship, then and now, was the right to have rights to freely participate in our political community. The framers of the 14th Amendment extended that promise to every freeborn person in this land. We keep that promise today," unquote. Immigrant rights advocates gathered at the steps of the Supreme Court. This is Illinois Democratic Congressmember Delia Ramirez, who's the daughter of Guatemalan immigrants.
I am the proud daughter of Maria Elvira Ramirez Guerra, a Guatemalan immigrant who crossed the border pregnant with me. I am a citizen by birthright. I am an American, and every single person in this country, if you're born here, you're an American, period, punto, no exceptions. Am I right?
We'll have more on this story after headlines with Columbia University professor, historian May Nye, also a birthright citizen. In another major Supreme Court decision, justices ruled states can prohibit transgender student athletes from competing in women's and girls' sports teams, upholding bans in Idaho and West Virginia. Justices ruled unanimously that the state bans do not violate Title IX, the federal law against sex discrimination in education. They split 6-3 over whether the trans athlete bans are unconstitutional, with the conservative majority finding they do not run afoul of the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. The ruling was lauded by President Trump, who said on social media, "Big win." Senior counsel for ACLU's LGBTQ and HIV Rights Project, Joshua Block, said in a statement, quote, "This is a heartbreaking ruling. The reality is that the equality of transgender women and girls takes nothing away from, in fact, promotes the equality of all women and girls." We'll have more on this story with the ACLU's Chase Strangio. In a major ruling on campaign finance, the Supreme Court has struck down a federal law that limited the amount of money that political parties can spend in coordination with a candidate for office. In their 6-3 ruling, the court's conservative justices wrote that coordinated expenditure limits violate the First Amendment. In a dissenting opinion, Justice Elena Kagan wrote, quote, the court ushers back in the same opportunities for quid pro quo corruption that the contribution limits were meant to check, she wrote. This comes as a new report by Public Citizen finds cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, big tech, and online betting corporations have collectively spent $294 million to influence federal elections in this election cycle. That's more than half the record $517 million that corporations have reported spending so far. In Colorado, 29-year-old Democratic socialist and first time congressional candidate Mathew Knowles has defeated 15-term incumbent Congresswoman Diana DeGette in the 1st Congressional District primary. Knowles appears to have carried more than half of all votes in the three-way race to represent the Denver-based district. She won despite a flood of dark money spent to quash her campaign while supporting DeGette's reelection. That included funds indirectly funneled by the super operated by the American Israel Public Affairs Committee into outside spending groups, including pro-choice Majority Action. Mathew Knowles spoke to his supporters at a raucous victory party Tuesday evening.
We will not wait to take the fight to Donald Trump and the oligarchy. We will not wait. We will not wait to abolish ICE and pass Medicare for all. We will not wait to put an end to the politics of the past, to get big money out of our politics, and to reject corporate PACs and AIPAC. And no, we will not wait to end the genocide in Palestine.
Also on Tuesday, Colorado Democratic Senator John Hickenlooper survived a strong primary challenge from progressive state Senator Julie Gonzalez, who was backed by the Democratic Socialists of America. In immigration news, hundreds of thousands of immigrant children facing deportation orders are having to represent themselves in court. That's according to the Vera Institute of Justice and Dropsite News, which looked at federal immigration data that showed more than 400,000 immigrant children have been forced to appear in court without legal representation. In related news, a federal court in Denver, Colorado, is the latest to oppose the Trump administration's efforts to indefinitely imprison immigrants, most of whom have no criminal records without access to a bond hearing. This is at least the 4th time a federal court has rejected Trump's mass detention policy. Advocacy groups have filed a complaint on behalf of dozens of immigrants who were deported from the United States to Ghana and then returned to their countries of origin despite their fears they could face torture or persecution. The complaint was filed with West Africa's top human rights court, accusing Ghana's government of complicity with the Trump administration in deporting the immigrants, some to the countries they had fled to and others left stranded in third countries to which they had no ties. The complaint involves 27 of at least 60 immigrants who've been deported to Ghana since September under Trump's so-called third country agreements. And thousands of people rallied in different regions of South Africa for another round of anti-immigrant demonstrations Tuesday. Vigilante violence against African immigrants has soared across South Africa in recent months, driving many people to flee in fear. Thousands of immigrants, most from Zimbabwe and Malawi, have requested consular support to evacuate South Africa as they're living in constant fear of violent harassment on the streets and attacks on their businesses by xenophobic groups. Among their targets is Princess Ajay, who grew up in South Africa since moving from Ghana as a toddler. She's been sleeping on the streets outside a government office in Durban since May when an anti-immigrant mob broke into her hair and beauty salon and looted it.
Always awake because we don't know when they're going to attack us again. They've been here twice, so we don't know when they're going to attack us again. So we can't all sleep. Some people sleep for a few hours. You wake up. We also have to sit and watch. I can't pay my rent in the shop. I can't pay my rent at home. I can't feed my child. I can't feed my family. Everything just went zero. My whole life just went zero.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
All right, y'all. So we had to kick off, the live with just a few updates of what is going on around the globe. There are so many people that are going through, and suffering from things. And we don't always know because sometimes we live in our own countries, our own states, our own cities, in our own bubbles. And because of that, yes, we understand that where we are, we may be going through something, but we have to understand our brothers and sisters all over this big, beautiful globe are suffering and going through things as well. And so, Imani, I'm going to let you go ahead and take the lead on this. Any thoughts, feelings, or opinions you want to give on some of these topics that she ran through as far as what's happening all over? And I have a few that I'll tap into and speak about, but I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I mean, it's reminding us that while the headlines are coming from different corners of the world, Many of the headlines are connected by the same themes: humanitarian crises, political power, migration, and the search for justice. She started off in Venezuela, where this devastating earthquake has left the nation mourning, and thousands of people have lost their lives. Tens of thousands are still missing, and entire communities have been reduced to rubble. It struck a country that was already facing a severe humanitarian challenge, and it makes international aid and recovery efforts seem more urgent. They really are urgent. And it's also a reminder that natural disasters often hit the hardest where people are already vulnerable. Then we moved on to the Middle East, and the diplomacy continues alongside the deep mistrust. There have been indirect talks between the US and Iran, but Iranian officials have made it clear that they remain deeply skeptical of the US's intentions. And at the same time, there's still tensions with Israel in Lebanon and Gaza, with military operations, humanitarian concerns, and political disagreements unfolding as we speak. The region it is one of the world's sorry. The region remains one of the world's most fragile flashpoints.
Your sound went out, girl. You good? I know these mics and stuff been messing up. Okay, so she'll be right back. She just got to get her mic and stuff reset. The StreamYard is acting dumb. It's always doing that. But yeah, so while we're waiting for her to come back or whatnot, she is really talking about a lot of the things that stood out to us. And some of those other things are, things that, are happening in the United States as far as this birthright citizenship being upheld and the major decisions on that. In a 63 ruling, the Supreme Court denied an attempt by Trump administration to end birthright citizenship, upholding the 14th Amendment's guarantee that anyone born in the United States soil is a citizen here. This is a major sigh of relief for millions of immigrant families. It protects the legal status, security, and futures of children born in the United States, reinforcing basic constitutional protections against sudden policy shifts. Then they also have the campaign finance limits that have been struck down. The Supreme Court struck down the federal limits on political party campaign spending. This decision allows an even greater flood of corporate and dark money into our elections, drowning out the voices of everyday grassroots voters and giving wealthy donors massive influence over who gets elected. Not okay. That is not democracy. We also heard her speak on, and we talked about even yesterday on our live, the ban on transgender athletes that has been allowed. Now, this is a very controversial one, and dropping the T, you and me, we did, kind of see and say like, well, to an extent, yeah, we get it. It is necessary. But the court ruled that states are permitted to ban transgender women and girls from participating in women and girls sports teams. This directly restricts transgender individuals' participation in public life and school activities, intensifying the national culture and legal battles surrounding the LGBTQIA plus rights at a local level. Now, what we were saying, what me and Dropping the T was saying, and I believe, we agree on, is that we don't want discrimination. We don't want, to see, just because you may be a trans girl or a trans guy or boy or something like that, to necessarily be discriminated against, right? When it comes to sports and all the things, but we do have to have that deeper and harder conversation of the fact that there is an unfairness there, and there is a question of safety, and not because they are setting out to hurt or harm anyone. It's just biology, it's just the way sometimes it's set up. And we know that sometimes, sometimes girls can be stronger than boys and boys can be stronger than girls, typically. But when it comes to competitive sports where you're exercising, you're practicing, and all of those things, then sometimes the natural is still going to bleed through, despite the fact that, yes, I know there can be, hormone blockers and things of that nature. But at the core, these are boys and men that are competing against girls and women in competitive sports. And when it's competitive, that they're going to go the length. You know what I mean? They're going to make sure they're practicing. They're going to make sure they're staying in shape and in the gym and stuff like that. And the stronger you become, that strength will be exuded in any type of sport arena or, whatever it is you're participating in. And sometimes it really can become unsafe and be an unfair advantage that you may have within a competitive sport based off of just your gender alone. And I know that you don't want, or you have chosen now that is not the gender that you identify with. But when it breaks down to the science and the biology of it all, that is the gender that you were, born as. And there's certain strengths and things that come along with that, and it's not somebody saying that we don't want to see you competing. We don't want to see you participating in the sports. We don't want to see you winning and being, an athlete or Olympian or any of those things. It's just, we got to make it safe and we got to make it fair. And that's all, And so it is hard conversations like that to have because it is a middle ground, right? Because I know some people approach it and see it where it's very much, dismissive because of the hate, that some people may have when it comes to the LGBTQIA plus community. But there's also a rationality that some people have when it comes to the safety and the fairness, of the sports and all of the things like that. And so that's just, when it comes to that, what I think we should pay, attention to and really have a conversation around. It's not about hate. We don't want you to have a chance and want you to be able to participate in all of those things. It's just, we got to be fair about it. And we got to think rational about it, and a lot of people have, children that are athletes and play sports and things like that. And you got to think about, like, if you got, your daughter or whatnot that is playing a sport and it's a female sport, and then you have a young man who is identifying as a female, a young female, and is now on the team and playing and competing against, these girls, which one could be your daughter, and having an advantage because of just how biology works, stronger, faster, all of the things. It can put kids in or people in a dangerous space because of the strength levels. And it also can be, unfair when it comes to, the leverage. Like, I think there was that story a little bit back with the swimmer. There was a trans woman, I think that was a swimmer. And, just was knocking people out the water, literally, and winning because it's just the way it is. Like, their bodies perform different. They are, set up and created to be different. And so it's a disadvantage sometimes when it comes to competitive sports. And then when there's sports where there's, physical contact, that can become unsafe, right? And it's not because they want to purposely hurt or harm, anyone while in this competitive sport, but the strength levels are different. Hey, Carlos, what's up, babe? How you doing, boo? Carlos, I know you know a lot about this, and me and you talk about this a lot because you have children that are very talented and are in the competitive space when it comes to sports and activities and stuff like that. And so we have these conversations. So yeah, you see what I'm saying? It's like, it's not that we're trying to discriminate, but we just have to sometimes be a bit rational about these things. Oh, Imani, you got your mic back good, girl. Come back in, girl. Okay, come back on. Can you hear me? You can go ahead and unmute and come back up. Let me see if your mic is back up.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I got to the Middle East and basically, or did I get back? Yeah, basically, the military operations are continuing with the Israelis in Gaza and Lebanon, and the humanitarian concerns and political disagreements unfolding as we speak. This region remains one of the most fragile flashpoints where every diplomatic breakthrough is accompanied by big, significant challenges. And then, obviously, in the US, the Supreme Court delivered landmark rulings. They reaffirmed birthright citizenship, which was great, under the 14th Amendment.
Right.
And they
We
were,
talked about that a little bit.
yeah,
Keep
preserving
going
a
though. Keep going.
constitutional principle that has stood for generations. And they also, I heard you talking slightly about, they issued the decision on transgender participation in school sports and
Yeah.
campaign finance. Um, and this illustrated how, in a single day, the Supreme Court can shape debates over civil rights, elections, and constitutional interpretation for years to come. And I know I'm going to leave you to talk about the transgender stuff because I know you were talking about transgender in sports. Um, the program also highlighted big concerns about money in politics, because there's major industries, including cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, and technology companies that have spent enormous amounts trying to influence the elections. And whether you see that as participation or excessive influence, the discussion raises really, really important questions about the transparency and the role of money in democratic systems. And I think they have to start with the transparency first and then try and limit amounts. But the transparency is really important. Immigration also another focus. It's a focus around the world, and basically, there are reports that thousands of immigrant children have had to appear in court without legal representation. I mean, children appearing in court without legal representation is wild. And
Very wild.
although there's still some legal challenges over detention and deportation policies, across the Atlantic, even in South Africa, they're experiencing a rise in anti immigration violence, with many immigrants fearing for their safety and livelihoods. We're seeing this all over the world. These situations are arising in different countries, and it reflects the broader global debates about migration, borders, and the treatment of vulnerable people. The thread in today's stories is policy decisions, they're never abstract. They affect families recovering from disaster, communities living through conflict, people seeking safety across borders, and citizens whose rights are shaped by courts and legislation. It really is important to understand these issues because, like we always say, behind every headline, there are real people whose lives are changed by these decisions that are made in parliaments, Congress, courtrooms, and international negotiations. So we don't just try and follow the news, we try to understand its impact and remember that being informed citizens, you're better equipped to build stronger communities, stronger democracies, and be better informed when you vote. There is a lot going on, but as we can see, the global themes really, migration is a global theme around the world. And when people are hitting their pockets, this is when they look to who is to blame for this? And unfortunately, a lot of vulnerable people that have come from war torn places that big first world countries have messed up are ending up on the doorstep, and they impact the lives of those who are the lesser well off, not the billionaires, the lesser well off. And this is what they want. They want us to fight. But really, a lot of this is down to their decisions. So, that's all I've got to say. But stay informed. We've got to just bring you the news. Sometimes it's not always joyful at the moment, but we'll keep bringing the news as we can.
I agree, and thank you for that, Imani. Such excellent coverage as always. But yeah, we were discussing a little bit, around the basically the sports and the transgender athletes ban, which is it's difficult, and we understand that it's difficult because there are so many people in this world that lead and move with vitriol, right, and hate. And when things like this come up where decisions need to be made, and there are people that are agreeing with these things because of rational purposes, not necessarily hateful purposes, it all kind of gets blended in together. And so most people don't have a hate, and they don't want to, not include anybody based off of what their gender identity may be. And one of the reasons why I know this to be true is I listen to platforms, and I played a video. We did some covers last night when it comes to TS Madison, but I listen to platforms like TS Madison, who also works very closely with Craig the writer Stewart. I also listen to platforms from Kaneem Mafa. I listen to platforms like Flame Monroe. And these are transgender women that are, mature, fine age, fine wine age, maybe or so. But when I hear them have the conversations, when it comes to this, because they've had conversations when this first was talked about, they agree. They agree. They don't disagree. They feel like, yes, that is an unfair advantage, especially when it comes to competitive sports, that sometimes a trans woman or girl may have. And it can also lead to things sometimes becoming, unsafe, right? Because of the power dynamics. And it's not to say that that young man or that young girl is inflicting that force or power purposely to hurt or harm the other opponent or, whatever. It just happens to be there because of the biological setup and structure, right? That, yes, boys and men are stronger than girls and women most of the time. And when you're playing a competitive sport, then you're going to be competitive, and you're going to work out. You're going to go to the gym. You're going to get, all of the things that you need so you can be the best and perform well within that sport. I got hiccups, y'all. Sorry. But anyway, let's just take a quick song break, and we'll come right back. We're going to get into our next topic, y'all. I want to talk a little bit more about this before we move to the next topic, but I just got to get rid of these hiccups. So I'll be right back. I'm going to just play a song. Give me just a sec.
They got people forgetting folks are human. That part. Every laugh ain't harmless. Every post ain't just jokes. Some people smiling online, crying in real life. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Why? You don't know what they carry when the camera done. Broken souls throw stones and hide their hands. Cowards in comment sections playing God again. Karma don't miss. Karma don't miss. And healing's still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Yeah. YouTube streets messy, everybody got a target. Creators throwing dirt like hate became a market. Mocking people daily, that spirit look haunted. Tell me who raised y'all, this behavior garbage. Laughing at depression, exposing folks' trauma. Then next shock when tragedy follow behind you. The evil energy, boomerang proper. Come on, pull up silent like a midnight robber. And honestly, do you watch my live? I talk truth, pain, growth, tears, real vibes. Not everybody built for the games online. Some folks want insult from losing their mind. That's fake, no cap. Y'all did the humiliation. Every live stream feel like public execution. Views over souls, cloud over humans. Then wonder why the whole world mentally ruined. Some painful like shame on you, shame. You need healing too. Only damaged people wake up daily, trying to damage others too. Enough is enough. Why you turn people down for fun? Tearing them down. You don't know what they fighting when the live stream done. Baby, no. Keyboard killers acting tough online. Whole time spiritually broken inside. Karma don't miss, no. Karma don't skip souls either. Every hateful seed gon' meet the reaper. So to the hurt and bully people, listen close. You matter more than these demons online. These chicks bitter, these dudes weird. Obsessed every day, like why you still here? Refreshing my page while pretending you don't care. Whole personality built off hate and fear. Talk slick on that real life timid. Broken inside, everybody can't feel it. Projecting they wounds while the comments all cheering. That ain't straight, baby, that sickness concealed. And I said what I said. Yeah, some of these creators need therapy bad. Not another live stream drag. Not another fake outrage cash grab scam. Y'all bully for a living, that's sad. Spirit look bankrupt, dusty and mad. And the people encouraging it just is trash. Laugh now, karma got a long memory past. Lord, cover the wounded, cover the lonely heart, cover the lonely heart, cover the people crying silently in dark rooms. Teach us compassion again. Teach this world mercy again. Because words cut deep, so deep. And some people never recover. To everybody bullied online, you are not weak because you hurt. You are not crazy because you feel pain. And don't let these empty souls convince you your life got no value. The loudest bullies usually fighting demons they never healed from. That ain't an excuse, but it's the truth. And to the bullies, get help, seriously. This obsession will tear his strangers apart every day. That ain't normal. Enough is enough. We need love more than ever now. More than ever. Too many souls out here barely hanging on somehow. No more glorifying painful views. No more clowning her forever new. No more mob attacks for entertainment. That darkness got consequences too. Karma don't miss, karma don't miss. And healing's still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Enough is enough. Spread love before it's too late. Yeah, before it's too late.
All right, y'all. So thanks for rocking with me with that quick little song break there. Y'all had to give me some water, child. Me some hiccups. But Polo, you like the song? Thank you. I appreciate that. If you like it, if you was bopping and rocking out to it. But yeah, y'all. So just a few little final commentaries before we get into our next topic, which is going to be, TS Madison sits down and have a conversation with Mathew Knowles, and they talk a little bit about Destiny Child and, what some of the songs that was on a lot of Destiny Child albums actually represent and meant, especially the song Survivor, due to the fact that he at the time was surviving breast cancer, which we didn't know about this, but he opens up and shares that. So we'll get into that in just a moment. But I don't want to talk too much on it. Y'all basically get what we were saying as far as, with the ban, on the transgender athletes and stuff. We also talked about the birthright citizenship, that's very serious as well. And then, Imani went into a lot of the global issues. So we talked about a little bit of, the Lebanon war power resolutions defeated, and Israel and Lebanon escalations, the immigration and human rights was also a big one. It was almost like 400,000 children that were forced to face courts without lawyers. So new federal data reveals that over 400,000 immigrant children facing deportation orders have been forced to represent themselves in U.S. immigration courts without legal counsel. That's crazy. That is crazy. It exposes a massive humanitarian and ethical crisis in our legal system. Forcing children, many who don't even speak English, to argue complex legal cases alone dramatically spikes unlawful deportations and separates families. And I just think it's disgusting. I think it's disgusting. And then we have the federal courts rejecting mass detention policies. A federal court in Denver, shout out to them, became the fourth to rule against the administration's efforts to indefinitely imprison immigrants, most who have no criminal records, without access to a bond hearing. This checks unlawful government overreach and protects basic human rights, ensuring the administration cannot simply lock people away indefinitely without due process. And I know that Imani touched on some of the climate and international emergencies, such as the devastating earthquakes that was in Venezuela. And so, we touched on a little bit of that was covered in Democracy Now, all over the global news. But we're going to go ahead and move forward and get into, some celebrity stuff, y'all. So we're going to hear a little bit from TS Madison and Mathew Knowles. But before we move on to that, did you have any final thoughts, feelings, or opinions that you wanted to share, Imani, when it comes to the political sector, real quick?
No, I'm good. I'm good on that. Good on that.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move right along. So now we're going to be tapping into a conversation with TS Madison and Mathew Knowles. And basically what, one of the things that stood out within the interview was that the song Survivor wasn't just a song. Music executive Mathew Knowles sat down with the iconic TS Madison on the Outlaws podcast for a deeply personal conversation. He opened up about his 2019 stage 1A breast cancer diagnosis, revealing how his past career selling mammographic equipment actually helped him spot the early warning signs. He emphasized how the classic Destiny Child's track Survivor became his personal anthem during his recovery. And he uses his platform to break the stigma surrounding men's breast cancer health. Because y'all, men don't always like to go to the doctor's office and keep track of their health. And, it's mostly known that women have breast cancer, but men can also suffer from breast cancer as well. So Mr. Knowles' story is a beautiful reminder of how our past experiences prepare us for sometimes our future battles. By speaking out about his health journey, he is literally saving lives. He proves that we can face life's scariest moments with resilience, grace, and a killer soundtrack. So that's the next video we'll get into. Imani, you got any comments before we start?
No, we can just play the video. I'll comment when you take a break. We're doing about half an hour of this.
Yeah, because we can't play the whole thing. It's about like a little over an hour. So we're just going to play like a little bit of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right, let's get into it, girl. All right, and we'll meet y'all in the chat per usual. We'll do our commentary in between. All right, let's get it.
Happy Pride from the Outspoken Podcast Network. All month long and all year round, we're celebrating being loud, proud, and always original. It's me, Brandon Kyle Goodman, host of the podcast Tell Me Something Messy. Check out my show for
from the Outlaws podcast with none other than me. Now listen, today I would like to tell you guys that I'm always honored and always ecstatic for every guest that comes to my show. But honey, I have the father, the king maker, the king and queen maker. God, I got Mr. Mathew Knowles. Not only the father of Beyonce and Solange, he's the creator and brand architect behind Destiny's Child, one of the best-selling female groups of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Mathew Knowles. And from this forward on, it's Mr. Knowles for you youngins.
Yes.
Y'all clap it up for Mr. Knowles.
Yes. You know, first of all, thank you for letting me be on the show. I'm really excited. When you did that introduction, I was hoping you didn't do what Charlemagne did and call me the sperm maker, because I had to put his ass on the short bus.
Oh, tell me, Mr. Knowles, you know I like this start out spicy.
Yeah, you got just go look at it.
Yeah.
It went viral.
You told me
you had to put him on the short bus, yeah.
Yeah. So tell me, what is it that you didn't like that at all? And I understand why you didn't like it, but I want you to express it to me.
It's just a thing of respect.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm unapologetically Black,
mm-hmm.
and I respect Black people, and especially I'm an Alabama boy. I respect elders. My mother-in-law is only 7 years older than me, and I call her Miss Dean, because that's how I grew up, just respecting our elders.
Yes. Now, would you find it funny if I tell you that I call my mama Miss Mary?
Oh, wow.
I do.
You understand?
Yeah, I call my mama Miss Mary. I also call when my grandfather was alive, his name was Joe Hinton. I call him Mr. Joe. But that's just a Southern thing, I think it is. You know?
Yeah.
I call him granddaddy, of course, but like when he was, reprimanding me for something or.
Oh, what were you doing?
Well, what wasn't I doing?
Right.
But when he was reprimanding me for anything, and then he'll be like, "Did you hear what I said?" I said, "Yes, Mr. Joe. Yes, I did." And Miss Mary, it's like my mom is Miss Mary. Like, and even when Miss Tina came and said her, I call her Miss Tina. Like, I don't like to see people not use Miss or Mr. But do you think, Mr. Knowles, do you think that, and I'm just asking,
all right,
do you think that was embedded into us as Black people?
Yeah, I think it goes all the way back to slavery.
Mm-hmm.
And that respecting again for elders that we grew up similar to your grandparents. I was the same way with my grandparents. And today to hear these kids call their parents by the first name.
Yeah.
That just blows me away.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
But I'm glad we're having this conversation because somebody out there needs to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's just Southern. That's just a Southern thing that
Miss
we have.
Madison.
Oh well, I do like that, Mr. Knowles. Now we have a segment on our show where we, and I think that you're gonna like this. I think you're gonna love this because I love it. It's a segment on the show where it says, or it's called "Talk Your Shit." I created this segment of the show because we, as Black people, queer people, we've been taught to be humble. Slow down, be humble. God will take it away from you. Don't get too big for your britches. Don't be, just. And so we're not really allotted enough time to celebrate ourselves and celebrate, the things that we've done, because it's always, met with, all right, slow down. You two, don't get too big headed. You've done a lot of things. And I feel like that when people have done a lot of things, that sometimes people try to let other things get lost in the sauce.
Talk your shit.
Talk your shit. You look right in that camera and you tell those people,
which one? This one?
That one right there. That's your
right
camera.
There.
You look directly in that camera and let the world know who you are, what you're proud of, and what you've done.
All right, I'm gonna talk my shit. I'm gonna respect Miss Madison's show. And we'll talk about this later. I have a book that talks a chapter about talk to do ratio. I don't just talk shit, I do shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
All right, let the church say amen.
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 Hi, Yellowbo. Come on.
So I'm gonna break this down, I think, into 3 parts. I'm gonna break down childhood talking shit.
Okay.
Because I was fortunate to come from a team of parents, grandparents that were entrepreneurs that taught me. And being on a team, and always a champion team. Matter of fact, I brought you something. I want you can't keep it now.
Oh,
this is my,
I thought I was
my talking shit. This is most people don't know I'm one of the owners of Chicago Sky WNBA. This is my championship ring from 3 years ago. So put it on so you can say you've had a championship ring on. Put a ring on it.
They put a ring on it, honey.
Yeah,
You know.
put a
There we
ring
go.
on it.
There it is.
There you go.
Look at that.
Show that off.
I just want y'all to know that I have a championship ring on that was given to me by Mr. Knowles, honey. So just know.
Not given.
Well,
I let him put it on.
Can I keep it on for the duration of the show?
Always.
You know,
always.
it might. I think I got a little lotion. It might get a little tight on there because I may swell up drinking this alcohol.
It looks good on there.
Yeah.
So let me talk my shit.
Come on,
you
talk
know,
your shit, Mr. Knowles.
And then I'm gonna break it up into corporate talk my shit, right? So in corporate America, I was fortunate to work at Xerox Corporation back in the day, and I was the #1 sales rep in the world, not in America, not in Alabama, Texas, but in the world in the medical division of Xerox. #1 in the world, multiple years. So I'm going to continue to talk my shit. First Black person in America to sell MRI and CT scanners with Philips Medical Systems. And then I was a neurosurgical specialist with Johnson & Johnson. So that's my 20 years in corporate America with excellence. See, I don't just talk shit, I do shit. We're going to change that to talk and do shit. So now we're going to move on from corporate America to something I'm really proud of, Beyonce and Solange, being a father. And I'll talk my shit, how proud I am to be their father. First, I'm going to continue to talk my shit. So now got kids. Me and my former wife, Miss Tina, y'all seen her. We own the #1 Black hair salon in Houston in the 80s. Made our first $1 million. Let me talk my shit. In 1985. For all of y'all that talk shit that think Beyonce made me, no. We were millionaires when she was 81, 2, 3, 4, 5. She was 4 years old. So let me talk my shit. Headliners Hair Salon, #1. You'll hear this #1 shit all throughout. So now let's move to the music industry and let me talk my shit.
Yes.
So let me see, Destiny's Child to be their manager and also having a deal with Columbia Records. So they were also signed to Music World Entertainment, my label. Let me talk my shit. Those ladies who are uber talented, #1 female group in the history of music. Let me talk my shit. Let me continue. Solange, Grammy Award winner, #1 album on Billboard. Beyonce and Solange are only two sisters in the history of music to have #1 albums in the same year on the Billboard charts. Let me continue to talk my shit. And you already know what Beyonce has done. I think she has more Grammys than any artist on the planet. I'll continue to talk my shit as I was the one who architected Destiny's Child and Beyonce and Solange and Kelly and Michelle's career. Let me continue to talk my shit. So y'all don't know this, but in 2002, I sold Music World to a UK company. Google everything I say. Don't trust what I'm saying. Go Google it. I sold it for $10 million and formed a joint venture, Music World Sanctuary Urban, of which that division, I was the president. I'll continue to talk my shit. But what you might don't know is I made 5 young Black men, 5 of them in their 20s, early 30s, millionaires, because I bought their management company. So what you might don't know is Nelly's manager, I bought his company. That's why Kelly and Nelly did Dilemma. You talk my shit. Also, I bought 2 young men their company, and they had Floetry, Eve, and then eventually they had Lady Gaga. Let me talk my shit. That's how Telephone got made with Lady Gaga, because I owned the management company. Talk my shit. Mary.
Well, y'all know we got to take a quick little commentary break. Child, my lips is on the flow. My. Okay. Where do we start? Okay, so we at about the 12-minute mark. So we're going to do some commentary. Imani's going to be right back. She's just resetting some things and whatnot with her devices and all of that. But, well, child, okay. TS said, sir, I'm going to need you to talk your ish. And child, he's talking it. And this is one of the things that sometimes we often miss and we look over, or we don't know anything about, right? We see the headlines, we see, the tensions and the fallouts and the divisions and all the things. And a lot of times these headlines are salacious, and that's what the people love, right? Salacious headlines and things of that nature. But do we always know the background, the truth, and what people actually do, how hard they have worked, and what they're capable of? No, we don't always know that, right? And a lot of people don't like to brag and boast or talk about the things that they do. They just kind of do it behind the scenes and they keep it pushing, right? But I do think for the most part, we can deduce that, the success of Destiny Child group at the time did come from very similar, to Joe Jackson and the Jackson 5 and Michael and Janet, the father figure. And for whatever reason that was, as he's talking his ish, he's telling us now, like, I've had connections with people, like I've had relationships with people. I know things. I was able to get not just my daughter, but, her friends or whoever, was in the group, the young girls at the time, through doors, sitting at seats, getting them opportunities because of the, relationships and connections that I had. And so did that give them a boost? Did that, help them go further in their career than maybe some other entertainers get to go because they don't necessarily have that connection? Yes, probably so. And is it a flex? It can be a flex when people are playing in your face. You got to remind people like, hey, wait a minute now. Now, do people feel as though, or is that fair? Does that mean that they got like, a better advantage than someone else? Hey, if you got it, use it. It's not there for nothing, And then he goes into talking about not just what he was able to do for his daughter within the group of Destiny Child, but how he also was able to make other connections for his daughter throughout her career, even when she went solo and started doing, projects and working with other artists and things of that nature. It was a lot to do because of the relationships and the clout that he had, where he was able to get those things and those opportunities for her. And as a parent, I mean, let's just be clear. If you have that opportunity and you're in that position, in that space, to be able to set your child up for greatness, right? And whatever it is, that your child wants to do, whether it maybe be in the sports arena or the music industry, if you got to connect, if you have relationships, if you have, a plug or something like that, then why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you play that card? Why wouldn't you make those calls? Why wouldn't you, set your daughter or your children up for greatness? And that happened, and he did that. And then, it seemed some type of pivot, or as she became a grown woman, she decided to make a different choice, is what the headlines and stuff has said. We can't be sure if that's true, but this is just about, what we have heard and what we read, that she decided, to make a choice as she became a grown woman and wanted to pivot away from working with him and as her manager, and maybe see what someone else could probably do for her and where they could take her career and all of the things. And so is that wrong for her to make that decision? I don't think that's wrong either, right? Because life be lifing. and people make their decisions as they see fit. And so there was a lot of talks around that, right? Like, she got around certain people. They convinced her to no longer, or she decided herself that she didn't want her dad to be her manager no more and work with him no more. And she wanted to venture out and do things for herself and make connections for herself with other people within the business and stuff. And, can we say that she chose wrong? Well, look where she's at. I mean, it seems as though some of the choices, even outside of working with her father, have been good choices for her career because she's, a global superstar. But one of the things that I don't like is, and this is something that I heard when we were listening to, and I think we covered this as well, interview with Lotto. And Lotto had to come back around, and I like how she spoke about it. Same dynamic with her father being her manager, having, relationships and clout and knowing things and being able to get her through the door and get her to a certain level. And then once she got to a certain age, she wanted to take the baton and run with it, on her own and make her own choices and decisions. And it comes to that point where, like, when you want to do that, right, you make that pivot and that switch, it seems that sometimes, there's some resentment from the parent that's been there with you the entire way until you got to an age where, you're old enough to do it by yourself and you venture off and you go, and try different things. The parents do sometimes have resentment, and then the child feel like, because if the parent is upset and doesn't want them to leave them, that now they're holding them back, or they don't want them, to proceed any further or make their own decisions. And that's between the child and the parent. It's a conversation, right? In a relationship, that's between them. And other things and other small nuances and things like that is not all of our business, and we don't know anything about. But at the core, when we see some of these conversations and stuff happening, when it boils down to this, that's what it seems is gives. Same thing happened with Joe Jackson and Michael. You know what I mean? Michael wanted to move on. He wanted to do his own thing, your parents, when they become like your managers and stuff like that, and, start your career out and get you to where you are, and then you take the baton and run with it yourself and make your own choices. Sometimes you choose good, sometimes you choose bad. It's your choice now. You're an adult now. But they do get you to that point. And what I would like to see, and I can't tell nobody, but a lot of people spin the block, when it comes to that, which, like I said, shout out to Lotto, because she did that. And she had a heartfelt conversation with her father. And, it basically was like, she gave him his flowers and his props, because she understand, like, yo, if it wasn't for you and all of the things, that you poured into me, I wouldn't have gotten to the level to where I could take that baton and run with it myself and go to different levels. And then you have sometimes, the parents and stuff feel like, okay, well, I've invested and poured all of this into you. And then when you go to these additional levels, it's like, are you pouring back, or are you giving back, what was poured into you? Or are you just, you out here feeling yourself, smelling yourself, your little peanuts drop and all of the things. And it's like you just move right along with life, and you don't, you don't reach back. That's one of the things I love the most about Rihanna. I remember, because Rihanna is one of my favorite artists, and Rihanna was very much like, as soon as she got on and she got her money and stuff like that, like, that was what she said was important to her. Like, I'm going to take care of my mother, Cardi B, the same way. I'm going to take care of my mother, my parents. I'm going to take care of them, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here, number one, at all. And I wouldn't even be to this level in life that I'm in. It has to start somewhere, and the parents are the ones that typically are pouring in, the time, the money, they may be traveling with you, paying for flights for you to go and have these auditions and these opportunities, whether you're a model, whether you're, a music artist, whatever it is, athlete, right? Your parents is pouring into that for you. they're putting up the money because you don't have no money when you're young like that. They see that you got some type of talent. They see that you have a passion for what it is that you're choosing to do. And they want to pour into that for you because they want to see that come to fruition. And your parents are the first ones that do that. If you are blessed to have parents that's doing that for you. I know everybody doesn't. And, I respect that as well, But for the ones that do, it's like you do kind of got to look back and be like, yo, if it wasn't for you pouring in all of this, blah, 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 I wouldn't even been at this level or had the opportunities I had. So he said, let me talk my ish. And I say, let him talk his ish. Because I feel like you should be recognized and you should get love when it comes to that and appreciation when it comes to that as a parent that's pouring into your child. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you got to feed them, you got to keep them alive. But when it comes to a lot of like these sports and these events and things that they want to go to, these auditions and things like that, that's extra money coming out the check. That means you might have to work a double shift, triple shift to get that extra money to give your child that opportunity and that chance. And I feel like that should be respected and that should be appreciated, from the child when it comes to the parents or, whether it's both of the parents or the father or the mother or the guardian, whoever, right? That's pouring into you like that. There is a level of respect and flowers that I think they need to be given when it comes to that. But I know Imani's going to speak on that in a little bit when she comes back, but we're just going to go ahead and play a little bit more of this audio. And then when she come back, we'll talk a little bit more about it together, y'all. So let's play a little bit more and I'll meet y'all in the chat.
About that management company, Kendu Isaac with Mary J. Blige bought Kendu's management company. See, y'all don't know. That's why I can sit here, not talk shit, because I did shit. Talk to do ratio. So are we still in the music industry? Oh, yeah. Y'all didn't know this. Last OJ's album, I made on my record label, Music World. Earth, Wind, and Fire, y'all heard it. Hopefully you saw that documentary. Did one of their albums. Actually, it was the last one before Maurice died, and I'm honored to have done that. Shaka Khan and the London Symphony, Classic Khan, talk shit on my record label. De La Soul, shopping bags, da da da. Oh yeah, shopping bags. De La Soul on my record label. Sunshine Anderson on my record label. Talk that shit. Cool in the Game on my record label. Talk that shit. Am I talking enough shit?
No, I love it.
Because I'm only halfway.
I see.
I'm only halfway.
Listen, Mr. Knowles, I'm loving it. I'm
halfway.
loving it all because it's a lot of things that even us in this room, we didn't.
That's
we had
why
no
I'm
idea.
talking my shit because I did that shit. So where am I? Oh, let's see. Soundtracks. Cadillac Records on my record label. Dreamgirls on my record label. Fighting Temptations on my record label. I could go on and on. All of these were what? #1 soundtracks on Billboard on my record label. Let me continue to talk my shit in the music industry. Talking my shit. Gospel. Oh, Music World Gospel. Trinity 5-7 did 5 albums with them. Talking my shit. Let's see, Leandra Johnson. You ever heard of her in 2012? She was the #1 female gospel artist in the world.
Yeah.
You keep hearing this #1 in the world. I managed her and she was on Music World Gospel. Talking my shit. And I can go on and no, you probably didn't know I had a joint venture for 5 seasons with BET Sunday Best. Talking my shit. Can I talk some more shit?
Oh, yes, Mr. No, this your flow. Yes.
Because I got some more shit to talk, if that's all right. Let me see what other shit I can talk. I'm liking this talk my shit. Oh, yeah. Let's get into now academia.
Okay.
But before we do that, how about House of Darion? Me and my former wife and Beyonce started a clothing line at Zero, sold it for $75 million. From 0 to 75 million. Talk my shit. And now let's go to academia. I have a BA, BS, MBA, PhD, Dr. fucking Knowles. I'm talking my shit. You get me excited now. I hope none of my I hope I still get my endorsement deals, because I hope I'm not talking too much shit, scared them white people.
Don't scare
But
them.
anyway, let's come back to academia. Very proud. 25 years. See, all of those accolades, I was giving back in the classroom of HBCUs. 9 years at Texas Southern. I'm right now at Prairie View, that I'm very, very proud. They have an amazing president, Dr. LeGrand, shout out, talking my shit. And what's my title there? Presidential in Residence. Ooh. Talking my shit. On the faculty at Pepperdine University. Y'all didn't know that, did you? You didn't know that.
No.
Talking my shit. So now let's go into the medical area. I started out back in the day, but global ambassador for 23andMe, talking my shit. Global ambassador for zero prostate cancer, talking my shit. So I've been very grateful. When I talk my shit, I talk it with gratitude also. And I always like to leave it. I think there was a song that says, I've been up, I've been down, I've been broke. What was that?
It's called Cozy.
Oh,
that's what it is.
So I've been all of that. And with gratitude, I'm talking my shit.
Yeah. Mr. Knowles, thank you. Thank you. Y'all listen, did y'all hear all that? Man, we learned, we sat here and everybody's room just sat here and we learned a lot. But I want to go here. And I'd like for you to take us back to the early days of Destiny's Child. Take me back to Houston, girl time, before the world knew that what we were seeing in those girls from the very beginning. When did you first notice that the LGBTQ plus community was really connecting with Destiny's Child?
Well, we knew that early on because it was organic, first of all. Having that hair salon, we had 25 employees at one time, and half our staff was of the LGBTQ plus community. Most people don't know in Houston, and by the way, our hair salon was on Montrose Avenue, which is the heart of the LGBTQ plus community. That street is the heart of it. And we were the only Black business on that street.
Wow.
So we were right in the heart of the community. So even with the early strategies, we are inclusive of the community. So we started out in the LGBTQ plus community. And again, it was organic. It was nothing forced.
Right. And so you know what, I like to hear that, especially coming from a man. Because sometimes, people think like, well, only women accept or get involved in the queer community and stuff like that. But it's like, it's great to know that you as a man was teaching inclusivity or being a part of inclusivity, because it's like, not just because all money spent, because all money spent, but being intentional about having it there in that space, on Montrose. Didn't we hang out on Montrose when we were in?
I bet you did if you came to Houston.
Yeah.
If you came to Houston, you were on Montrose. So Madison,
yes.
Look, we have family members that are queer. I mean, who doesn't have family members?
Yeah.
And they weren't in the closet. I'm a little older, so that was a thing back then. People didn't want to come out because they got ridiculed so much. But again, like we have family members, Johnny,
Yeah, Uncle Johnny.
Yeah. This wasn't, again, something that was fabricated.
Right. So I want to know, like, when you built Destiny's Child and you put the girls together, like, what were you particularly looking for? Like when you was forming the group, what were you, because I'm a judge on Drag Race. And so RuPaul says, I'm looking for charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent. What were you looking for when you put the girls, together? Like particularly, like, were you looking for a sound or were you looking for like a look?
Yeah. No, what happened, Madison, is that I used to drop Beyonce off to practice in girls' time. And Tina was at the hair salon. And I would drop her off because on the weekends, that's when you're really busy at the hair salon.
Mm-hmm.
So I would do all of the mommy things with the girls because she was at work. And I would go play basketball because I love basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And I would go pick her up. And then they went to Star Search, which is like American Idol,
Mm-hmm.
and they lost. And I it wasn't my plan to be part of the music industry. I was still in medicine and in the medical field. But when they lost and I saw them crying their hearts out, and I asked I forgot his name, Ed McMahon.
Yeah, Ed McMahon.
And I would say, like, what does a dad do? These little girls work their heart out. The manager didn't listen to me because I told them not to do this song that had rap in it because these white judges, they had never heard rap before. And I said, no, let's do the ballad. But no, what did I know? And they lost. And so I said, well, what do I do? He said, for some reason, Mr. Knowles, when these artists continuously win on my show, they don't go anywhere professionally. But those that lost, and he started naming, do you know some of the people lost on Star Search? Usher.
Oh.
Aaliyah.
Oh.
Boys to Men. Justin Timberlake. Alanis Morissette, and on and on and on, all of these huge names that lost the first time on Star Search. He said those people.
All right, y'all. So I'm going to just stop right there for a quick commentary break. And we can't play all of this, y'all, but I just want to play some of it. So y'all can just hear a little bit of Mathew Knowles is over there talking to his child. He's talking it. And like I said earlier, I do believe flowers are due, and again, this is family stuff. So that's between him and his family. We don't know what they talk about, where they are right now. We hear just the reports that they put out for us to hear or whatnot, all the salacious stuff, the fallouts and things like that. But apparently, from what he is speaking and sharing with TS Madison, is that he has had a pretty prestigious career. And he knows what he's doing. He has done a lot of things to not just put his daughter on, but, some of her friends that was in the group with her and other artists as well. And now he's going on to talk about, like the Star Search and all of that, those shows back in the day. We know a lot of kids wanted to be on that show. And if they were lucky enough to do so, not all of the kids won, but, some did. And, that, probably propelled things forward in their life and their career. But yeah, he put a lot of effort and time and energy and had connections that he was able to make or whatnot, to help boost things forward for his daughter and the group of Destiny Child. And so I just think, it's great to hear these type of interviews and conversations because it's nice to hear both sides of the story, not just what they feed us in the media. Oh, hey, V-Love. What's going on, V-Love? Thank you so much for coming in. How you doing? How you feeling? I appreciate you. So Imani has some administrative things to take care of and some business and stuff. So she had to pop out, y'all. But we're going to go ahead and move right along because I don't want to keep y'all too long and we're already pushing a 2-hour mark. But what I would say when it comes to this interview is if y'all want me to, I can come back and we can do, the part 2 or whatnot to this interview and talk together and discuss it together on the next live. We can absolutely do that, but I'm gonna cut it just short right here because we do have a few more things to get into and we're at like the 20-minute mark on this video. So we're gonna go ahead and drop that one down, and now we're gonna get into the next one, y'all. So the next thing that I wanted to show y'all is a little bit of hot topics over there with Don Lemon. And Don Lemon is going to be talking about, and he does have, a partner with him on his podcast. But yeah, with Don Lemon, he's going to be talking about, the public media moves from veteran journalists. And we love our veteran journalist, Don Lemon, and his independent media perspective to his direct, no-nonsense take on the current political landscape and cultural conversations, breaking down his impact on modern digital news. So no matter how many times the landscape shifts, standing firm in your voice and continuing to speak truth to power is a victory. It reminds us all to remain resilient reinvent ourselves when necessary, and never ever let external noise silence our purpose. And so, on this video, y'all, and I'm gonna pop this up in just a moment. Hold on, give me just a sec. He's going to be having a conversation, which is basically about a pastor exposes the truth about Donald Trump, MAGA, and Christian nationalism. So, what happens when a pastor says the loud part out loud? Don sits with Pastor Cody Deese for a powerful conversation about Christian nationalism, the separation of church and state, and why faith is being weaponized for political power. From the Bible mandates in Texas classrooms to the myths of America and Christian nations, they challenge the hypocrisy, the history, and what Jesus actually taught about caring for the vulnerable. And so I'd like to play this with y'all. And again, this is another video. I'm not going to be able to play the entire thing because it is a little bit long, but we are going to play some of it, y'all. So let me go ahead and pop this up real quick. We'll listen to it together and do our commentary, in between per usual. But I don't know if y'all have been paying attention to it or not, but I have, and I've seen like there is like this big push and there's a lot of talk around like religion and spirituality right now. And it is heavily embedded and connected now within the political and the government space. And I just always thought that was a bit weird. I know that, originally everything used to be about in God we trust, it used to be on the money and all of the things like that. It was supposed to be, or I guess how they set it out to be, is for, religion and spirituality to be hand in hand when it comes to, the political structure and things of that nature. But we seen for many years, it got away from that. There was no political structure. There was no religious or spiritual structure when it came to politics. It was all about money. And even with the money, they took off of the money, in God we trust. So now, y'all, it's a bit confusing. However, it's seeming like, they're trying to segue or make some type of entry back into the connection with politics and spirituality. But let's go ahead and take a listen to this, y'all. And I'm going to meet y'all in the chat per usual. And then we'll stop and do our commentary in between. But yeah, shout out to Don Lemon. If y'all have not checked out his platform and his podcast, you should. On YouTube, it's excellent. And he is an excellent journalist. He always was. Even when he was over on CNN, he had a pivot. He took a different turn. And now he's doing everything independently. And he can never be more free. And we can just see how great of a job he is doing on his own because he bet on himself. And I love that. I love those type of stories. And he's not the only one. We also have Joy Reid, who is now following in his footsteps and doing the same. Roland Martin. A lot of journalists that have been on major news platforms that are now betting on themselves and have, created their own podcasts, their own platforms, and their own news networks to bring the truth when it comes to what's happening in the news. So let's go ahead and get into this, y'all, and I'll meet y'all in the chat.
Let's talk about the separation of church and state. The separation of church and state has really been one of the defining principles of American democracy for generations. It wasn't designed to keep people from practicing their faith. It was designed to keep the government from choosing whose faith gets power. Or if you don't have a faith, do you have the right as an American? But for some reason, religious nationalism has been, I shouldn't say creeping into our politics. It's really been careening into our politics, especially if you are paying attention to what's happening in the news. What's happening in Texas now, school children are going to be required to read the Bible. And then if you listen to Tom Emmer of Minnesota, he's saying that this is a Christian nation. I want to bring in now Pastor Cody Deese, author, pastor, and friend of the show. Pastor, Vinings Church, right?
Vinings Lake. Yes, Vinings Lake.
Vinings
Church.
Lake.
Yes.
Vinings Lake Church. I want to be accurate. So Pastor, thank you for joining. I am concerned, especially, we'll talk about Tom Emmer in a bit, but when you heard the ruling about Texas and that school children are required to read the Bible. Now, as you know, I'm a Christian, and I know that you're a Christian, but I also believe in the separation of church and state. Is that problematic for you? Were you bothered by that at all?
Yes. There's many responses to this, but yes, I was bothered by it for many reasons. One of which is, I think we just need to be honest and upfront about what is happening here. I don't believe the governor of Texas or the people that made this decision in Texas deeply care about Christianity. Now, I know that seems like a harsh statement, but here's why I say that. Because if they did, then they would be, according to the Bible, welcoming the immigrant, feeding the hungry, caring for the sick, and loving their enemies. You're not seeing that at all. And it's telling that Governor Abbott in Texas vetoed funding for federal summer lunch programs for low-income children, while simultaneously making Bible required reading in public schools. That's problematic. And I would pause there and say, it sounds to me in many ways that the people who obviously haven't read the Bible that it should probably be required for are the people who are making it required for people in schools. What I mean is the governor might want to read the Bible himself, because if he does, he would see that actually understanding the way of Jesus would be actually feeding low-income kids in that state. And so it's kind of on par, Don, to be honest with you. I'm not overly shocked by it. I grew up evangelical, and that Christianity was. It was, let's starve the kids that desperately need food, but simultaneously, let's make the Bible required reading. So I'm not overly shocked by it when I heard it, because I just don't believe that a lot of what's happening right now in our nation is actually a deep concern for Christianity. I don't think they care about that. I think they care about power. I think they care about authority. I think they care about keeping the hierarchy in place the way it is. And you might ask the question, and so why even bother with the Bible, with God? Because this is how you create some sense of authority. Because if you can use the Bible, if you can use God, if you can use the 10 Commandments or whatever it is you're trying to do, your political agenda then becomes God's agenda, right? And what happens at that point is any opposition to it, then you are equated as an enemy of God. So any critique becomes blasphemy, not just, I disagree with your opinion. It's, oh, you're not disagreeing with my opinion. You're disagreeing with God. You're disagreeing with Christianity. You're disagreeing with a long tradition here. And any accountability then, if you'll notice, actually becomes persecution. Have you noticed this? If you haven't, you will notice it. They'll say things like, oh, well, people don't want Bible reading. We're just persecuted Christians here. No, you've just tried to take the stamp of God as some act of authority, and now you're being held accountable because it's unconstitutional. And then you're claiming, well, this is persecution. And that's just not the case. Jesus and Paul both had a metric, and they said it like it's very simple, yet profound. They said, oh, well, you'll know a tree by its fruit. So I'm not like fooled by this. Oh, look, we're becoming a Christian nation. No, because I've seen the fruit on the tree, and the fruit's not good. It's not good. And here's the thing about fruit, Don. It doesn't lie. Fruit doesn't lie. Like you can actually just look at it and just see. It doesn't lie. Yeah. You see what's happening with immigrants. You see what's happening to the most marginalized people in our country. And this is a part of the basics of Christianity 101. Like just take one course in the Bible, one, and you will see this is what the message, the movement of Jesus was all about.
Yeah. It's been something that's been on my heart lately, as they say, and I've noticed that just the manipulation that happens in church, around churches and around Christianity and around especially the evangelical movement. And again, they'll say this is, as if it is a right for them to be able to I'm just going to be honest, just flat out lie. And I believe it's in order to keep power. I believe it's in order to keep people controlled, to control people.
Yep.
And what you said was similar to what, James Tallarico is running in Texas.
Yes.
And he was on Stephen Colbert's show not long ago. I think it was his last appearance on the show before the show left the air. And he was asked a very similar question as I asked. What do you think about people who use religion for political power? And here's what he said.
Well, for 50 years, the religious right, a political movement, that is the perfect description for it. They convinced a lot of our fellow Christians that the most important issues were abortion and gay marriage. Two issues that aren't mentioned in the Bible, two issues that Jesus never talked about. Jesus in Matthew 25 tells us exactly how you and I and every one of our fellow believers, how we're going to be judged and how we're going to be saved. By feeding the hungry, by healing the sick, by welcoming the stranger. Nothing about going to church, nothing about voting Republican. It was all about how you treat other people. Don't.
And look, and I don't think he's wrong. I mean, it's something very similar to what you said, but I find that churches on Sunday morning, many of our evangelical churches are telling people that in order to be godlike, you have to be MAGA, you have to vote this way, you have to vote Republican. And if they're doing it on the Democratic side, that's not right too. But what do you make of what he said? And I would imagine that you agree with what he said, because a lot of the things that that become issues, like the issue of transgenderism and transgender athletes in schools and all that we're seeing with the Supreme Court, it's like, why are we focused on that?
Yeah. I think James.
Why are we hurting the least of these?
That's right. I think James Tallarico is spot on there. And I think a part of it, Don, I feel like one of what you have right this second, in my opinion, is like, as we approach the midterms, I feel like you're going to have the grasping and kicking and screaming more than we ever have as we approach. Because obviously there's some fear there with what's happening, right? I mean, you heard Speaker Mike Johnson just recently say, oh my God, if the Democrats overturn this and they actually win in the midterms, then we're going to be, and now he didn't use this word. Here's the word that's actually should have been used. He said they're going to come after us. What he meant is we are going to be held accountable. Right. So he's terrified of any accountability that might actually happen coming up in the midterm. So my theory
I want to play that for you. I'm going to play that for you, and then we'll talk about it.
If we were to lose the midterms, heaven forbid, these Democrats, y'all, impeachment's not even the big concern. They will turn every committee of Congress into an investigative body, and they'll go after the president's family, the cabinet, his donors and friends. Half of you in this room will be targeted. I run the protection program. I'll take care of you. Okay. We're going to win. We're going to win the midterm. Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, Pastor. Go ahead. I just wanted to hear that, and I wanted our viewers to hear it.
Yeah, no worries. I think my theory is that he knows, Mike Johnson knows, this administration knows that they are slaughtering the Constitution. They are slaughtering the law, and they feel like they seem to think that they're getting away with it. But here's the thing. They're not. People are keeping records. We have receipts. Lawyers have receipts, attorneys have receipts, governors have receipts. If they don't think people aren't watching, we are. This isn't a threat. It's just literally there are consequences to actions. You cannot just do what you want to do and expect zero accountability. That's not how it works in any system at all. And so I think a part of what we need to be reminded, because as this thing barrels out of control, I think it's going to get, sadly, a bit worse as the midterms come. And part of that reason is because they know this might be one of their last straws. So they're going to, hear me out, leverage everything they can, including God and the Bible, in ways that we've never seen before. That's my theory. And I think a part of that is many reasons. One of which is they just want that stamp of approval. They want some sense of a grasp of authority. So they use the Bible because they know a lot of Americans see the Bible as an authority. And so they're just leveraging everything they can to make sure it empowers their political ideology.
All right, y'all. So we've reached the 10-minute mark, y'all. Wow. And I've been in the chat with y'all. And so, yeah, I absolutely agree, with a lot of what they're talking about, and even, the comments and stuff that y'all making in the chat. Imani was able to pop back in for a bit. I know she's got some, business things she's working on, but she's back with us. So Imani, let me let you go first, because I know your time and stuff is a little bit limited today. Go ahead, girl.
Yeah, sorry, I missed the TS discussion. I'd really like to go back and do some of that actually when we have time. Apologies to everybody. Life
It's
keeps
okay.
life in.
One of the things that life be life and girl. But I said that what we'll do for that, because that was such a great conversation. What we'll do is we'll come back, we'll do a part 2, and then we'll catch up, behind the scenes or whatnot on the entire
Yeah.
interview. And we'll come back and we'll do it live with the part 2 and catch some of the rest of it. So it's okay, girl. It's fine. We get busy. That's life. Life be life in.
Yeah. Well, let's just talk about this. They start off talking, Pastor starts off talking about the constitutional principle of the separation of church and state. And they're arguing that this principle protects both the freedom of religion and the freedom of government imposed religion, which I agree with. Because, I mean, this thing about Texas approving Bible passages as part of the reading curriculum in public schools. Not everybody practices the same religion, and I really do believe that it's wrong to impose your religion. I have my belief. I don't try and impose them on anybody else. I respect everybody else's beliefs. And because not everybody identifies as a Christian, and it doesn't matter where you come from. This is not just about the religions that they like to demonize. It doesn't matter. We don't all follow the same religious practices, and I believe in respecting everybody's. And what the pastor's saying about politicians using Christianity as primarily as a tool of political authority rather than following the Bible teachings is actually true, because it contradicts what the Bible teaches us. If you are a Christian and if you do follow the um, Bible, and to have Bible reading requirements with these decisions affecting low income children is abhorrent to me. It's Christianity is meant to be measured by you caring for your brothers and sisters, the immigrants, the sick, and the marginalized. And the fact that I think it's James Tarico says you'll know them by their fruits. It's very true. You know them by what they do, not what they say, not these slogans of faith that they seem to be spouting on a daily, and their public displays of religion, which is like the Pharisees that Jesus threw out of the temple, because you have these people who wear it on their sleeve. They don't practice it, they just wear it, they just talk it. And some of them, like President Trump, can't even quote it. And that's what I find annoying. Um, and the fact that churches are encouraging political movements is totally anti what Christianity is about, or meant to be about. Um, you know, James Tarico, I think it's James Tarico who said he was emphasizing caring for others rather than wearing it as your political identity. This stuff really grinds my gears, because whether you are a Christian, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Jew, a Hindu, an atheist, or belong to any other faith, it's a bigger question. A bigger question is, what role should religion play in government, and how should people of faith exercise their influence in a democratic society? You're supposed to have freedoms, and you're supposed to respect other people's freedoms, because other people are being persecuted for their beliefs in other places, and these people have taken it way too far, in my opinion. Way too far. The Texas approving Bible passages as required reading with disregard to other people's beliefs. It is. I just can't even speak on it. I can't even speak on it. And they don't care whether these people identify as Christians, but they argue that other government should remain neutral. But you're putting Bible passages for children to read. And I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. People should be free to practice their religion and it should not be imposed, because this is what people fought for in these wars, for the freedoms that we now have. And these people now want to impose religion on people. It's mad. It's mad to me. Mad to me. I'm sorry. I just
No, you're
can't.
fine. I
I just
agree.
can't.
And I share the same frustration with you as well as many as other people. And we got B Love in the chat, and B Love 1-800 per city, same thing. Like they see it, they get it as well. It's disgusting.
Can I
It's
just say
disgusting
one more
behavior.
thing? Because
Yeah.
one of the thing about these people, yeah, they invoke Christianity and their actions are nothing at all like the values that Christianity portrays and that they claim to represent. They don't care about the poor. They don't welcome strangers. They don't feed the hungry. They don't show compassion to people who have even different sexual identity than themselves. They marginalize those people in society. And their actions speak more than the labels they try and push against us that they supposedly have. And I'm sorry. Anyway. That's me.
No, don't be
That's my
sorry.
rant.
Don't be sorry. Yeah, don't be sorry, because a lot of us, I believe, are on the same page when it comes to this. Because we're watching it, we're seeing it, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting how they are trying to now, whatever it is that they can find, weaponize. Let's talk about it, because I wrote down some notes about it. So, number one, the exposure of Christian nationalism. Now, this pastor here is breaking down how Christian nationalism is not standard theology. It is a political ideology wrapped in religious language. The talking points are hypocrisy. How certain institutions are weaponizing faith to demand total obedience and political alignment, claiming their agenda is divinely appointed. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Then the weaponization of the church. The discussions that they have in here, they're addressing the dangerous trend of the MAGA movement, turning the pulpit into a partisan stage. The pastor here highlights how a movement claiming to represent Christ often pushes policies that directly contradict, like you said, Imani, basic human empathy, such as using aggressive enforcement, exclusion, and targeting vulnerable people. Then they have the true faith versus political power. A major movement in the interview focuses on the phrase, God said to love everyone. Church leaders love, and to hate everyone, church leaders hate. No. The pastor is exposing here that this is false. This is a total false logic, asserting that true faith must prioritize justice, immigration, sanctuary, and community care over corporate and political power. That's what it's about. But they want to push a narrative and use faith and religion to back it. The attack on truth and free speech. And I love how Don Lemon handled this from a unique perspective, right? Having faced intense personal and legal backlash from the Trump administration himself and MAGA loyalists simply for being an independent journalist chronicling these religious and political friction points, the segment is highlighting that silencing critics and journalists is an authoritarian tactic meant to stop people from questioning institutional contradictions. And that's exactly what all of this is. So let's talk about the discernment and integrity. We got to look past the symbols and the labels. Just because someone invokes the name of God or stands behind a pulpit does not mean that their actions align with love, unity, and truth. We have to judge the movements by their fruit. Are they building bridges or are they tearing communities apart? And we don't need to be ashamed of standing unapologetically in truth. Non-limit stance, keep trying. That's not going to stop me from being a journalist. That's not going to diminish my voice. That's his quote, his words. Our focus shouldn't be on fear. It should be on resilience. Why are you speaking truth? You will face pushback, but integrity requires you to stand tall anyway. Protecting the vulnerable as a moral duty. And the pastor here reminds us that true moral leadership calls out contradictions. We cannot claim to be people of peace and love if we quietly tolerate policy choices that harm, deport, or oppress our neighbors, our brothers and our sisters. True faith is an active pursuit of justice and community protection for all. Accountability over persecution. When public and religious figures enter the political fray to influence people's lives, they are no longer insulated from critique. We have to understand that we need to hold these type of leaders accountable to their stated values. It is not persecution when you do that. It is a necessity for a healthy society. And that's what we're going to continue to do. We're doing it here. A lot of people are doing it where they're at, and we are seeing there's a lot of platforms that are doing it as well. So I'm going to play just a little bit more of this video, y'all, and then we got to move right along. We're going to get into a little bit of comedy, but unfortunately, we do have to, address some things that are happening. There's an uptick of these things happening. And, you can side it with a side of comedy, which makes it a little bit easier to swallow, and a little bit better on the palate. But yeah, there's an uptick, a lot of this craziness that's happening in the world. But let's play a little bit more of this video, y'all, and we'll meet y'all in the chat.
I would pause and I would quote Kirk Cameron to them. All right, which I don't think I've ever quoted Kirk Cameron in my life, all right, other than maybe Growing Pains growing up. But Kirk Cameron said something like 7 months ago that I just happened to see a video of it, and I was like, oh my God, that's actually profound. And I've used it a couple of times in conversations with Christian nationalists because I think in some ways it may be the only thing that actually slows down a bit of this authoritarianism right now. And what Kirk Cameron did is he just asked kind of a simple question. He said something like this. He said, if one president can decide who is a threat, what happens when the next president believes you are a threat? And what he was doing in context is he was just saying, hey, let's be very careful about what we are doing as people in power, because we may not always be in power. And so I would just pause and I would say to Governor Abbott, I would say to Trump, I would say to every MAGA member that is beyond thrilled because they're in a position of power. Great. Pause. What happens when the powers you approve today are inherited by someone you disagree with tomorrow? Because here's what I know, that is very likely. And the reason I say that is because for evangelical Christians, they may look at the situation in Texas, and probably a lot of them do. I grew up evangelical. My parents probably absolutely, I haven't talked to them about it, but I'm sure they're like, yes, look at us. This is why we voted for Trump, because, man, we're getting Christian again, bringing God back in schools. Okay, I just want to pause and say this. As you celebrate the fact that you have now made the Bible required reading in the state of Texas, are you okay if Mom Dunny in New York City makes the Quran required reading? Are you okay with that? Because I want to remind you that you will not always be in power. And I think it's okay for people on the underside of power to leverage that, to just say, hey, let this be a check and a balance for you. In a world where there seems to be no checks and balances, one thing that they can't deny is that all leadership, eventually all positions of power fade. They do. And the reason I know that, check it out, Governor Abbott, because I've read the Bible. And the Roman Empire is no more, right? The Assyrians are no more. The Babylonians, the greatest empire of the day in the Old Testament, are no more. Positions of power come and they go. And I don't care who's in that position of power, it will eventually fade. And I'm in Atlanta right now, in the heart of the Bible Belt. Got a church filled with people. And I have to tell you something, we all collectively feel it. The MAGA movement is fading. You feel it. You feel it. You start to see it. I believe, Don, and I'm not just trying to be optimistic here, I believe we are on the front edge approaching a post-Trump society. And I think this administration feels it too. I think they know it. And I think based on some of the comments, even like we just saw with Mike Johnson, I think you see they're terrified of it. And one last thing I'll say, Don, about what's happening in Texas right now, because I think it's just like a microcosm of what's happening on a macro level. Just a side note, and I say this from lived experience, when you force kids to read the Bible, I actually know something about that because I grew up, my father was a Southern Baptist pastor. Don, I was forced to read the Bible. I was forced to go to church. We didn't have a choice. Yeah. Like, you're going to church.
Same here.
Okay. So here's what I will say. I have a church filled with people as a pastor now who were also forced to go to church, forced to embrace their parents' religion. And here's my experience. There will be two responses. And I'm not so sure Texas is going to like any of these responses. One, and this is just lived experience. When you force a kid to read the Bible, that almost guarantees you they will not read it as an adult. Here's what I'm trying to say. If you don't want a kid to read the Bible when they're an adult, make it mandatory for them as a child. Because what will generally happen is they will either reject it altogether and become full-on atheist, because, not that atheism is bad, actually, the reason a lot of people step into atheism is because it is the healthiest step out of the toxic religion they were handed. And or, Don, here's the other one, which is where I fall. They'll read that Bible because it's mandatory, and they'll actually begin to look at the details. And what they'll find is they'll start taking Jesus more seriously than the institutions that are teaching them about Jesus.
And they'll start seeing the Bible in a true way, rather than the way that's being interpreted to them by the people who are forcing them to read the Bible. And they'll go, "Whoa, that's bullshit." I don't know if that's where you're going, but that's what happens. It
100% is exactly where a lot of us are right now. That's why we say we're post-evangelical, right? And we're still.
I just wanted to add to that and say, like, I don't know other people's experience and, you know, where you may be at and stuff. And that's always, you know, respected and welcomed over here. But when he said that there was those two different ways that you could go, I didn't go the first one because I'm not an atheist, but I did go the second one. When I was reading the word for myself, right, and interpreting it, of course, when you read it as you're younger, you interpret it differently because you haven't lived enough life yet. You don't know enough about certain things yet to even, you know, put the points together and connect the dots. The older that you get, you read the scripture, you read the Bible, you start to see that you're reading a text that a lot of times when you go to the church and you listen to, you know, and there's good pastors, great pastors that really, you know, break down the word in the right way, in the proper way. But then you also pay attention to when you go to certain churches and you see certain pastors that are preaching and talking about and you see experiences and things that are happening within the church and the people, the church members of the church, that do not correlate with the word that you are reading in the Bible, right? And we heard a little bit of this on the live that I did, my late night live that I did last night, when TS Madison was having the conversation with Candy Burris. And that's literally what she said. Like, she grew up in a very religious, church-going family. And, you know, you get to a point when you become old enough to make your mind up for yourself, when you're still maybe reading the scripture, you still may be, you know, at that time still going to church, but paying attention to the hypocrisy a lot of the times that we see when it comes between the two. So what you're reading in the scripture and what you're seeing and what they're preaching to you and teaching you or trying to teach you, it doesn't add up, and it makes you have that little eyebrow, you know, that little arch in your eyebrow, where your eyebrow goes up and you're like, wait a minute, well, that don't make sense. I have been to churches where people have come and they have been hungry and they haven't had any, you know, no food or nothing in their home or anything like that, and they come to the church because, you know, sometimes churches give out their pantries and stuff, give out food and things like that. Sometimes they need clothes, you know, they may need clothes for the kids, anything, help, assistance, aid, whatever. And I have seen churches that before they go to aid and assist somebody in need, they will look up your background and see how much you have tithed into the church. They will see how much you know, how many times you have actually showed up for service. Like, all of these kind of things, like, that is what they base it on for them to be able to help a family in need. Based off of what you've poured into them is what they can do back to help you. And when I start seeing that type of stuff and operations and stuff going down, that was it for me. But Imani, you're back, bro. Go ahead, because I know you're limited for time.
Yeah, no, I was just, I suppose, you did. I'm following what was said, and some of the stuff they talked about in this next section, and they talked about obviously the oncoming midterms, and they were talking about the fear of some of these political leaders for future investigation if the control changes. But the thing about it is, what the pastor says is accountability is a normal feature of a democratic government, and he emphasizes that no administration should expect to be on oversight. And the reason why they're talking about them expanding all this religion into school and warning what executive powers can do, they can be misused and abused by later administrations. This is why we have to be careful, because he quotes Kirk Cameron saying that powers granted today may one day be exercised by a future president with different priorities. And this is true. And he also talks about growing up in his Christian household and talking about forcing children to participate in religious activities can sometimes really produce the opposite effect. And this is true because, you know, a
Right.
lot of our children grow up in the church, forced to go to church every week without fail. You speak to
Oh
them,
yeah.
you know, you speak to them in their 20s and their 30s, and they only see the church at weddings, christenings, and funerals. No one goes to church anymore
Right.
because they've been forced and they haven't
It,
made it's the truth. There are many
it
people that
is.
and so, you know, they don't leave the church because they're rejecting uh, the faith. They leave it because the institutions are failing to reflect the teachings of Christianity. That's what it's about. It's not about them leaving and forgetting about God, Jesus, or whoever. It's their institutions themselves are not a true, some of them, not all of them, some of them are not a true reflection of those teachings that they seem to hammer down everybody's throat. And the thing is, there is a big difference between religious practice and religious identity. And once again, if these public officials want to invoke Christianity, their actions have to be judged by the values that they claim to represent. And obviously, there's a lot of it in the politics. You got, Moses Mike, as they call him. I do believe in the separation between church and state, and I believe in respecting religious diversity. And that is what the founders talked about when they developed the Constitution. They talked about the diversity of people. And whether people agree or disagree with, historical interpretation, the broader point is the United States has long wrestled between balancing religious freedom and government neutrality. And it's getting worse as we seeing this rise in Christian nationalists.
Right.
Because it reaches beyond politics altogether. We all debate relationship between faith and your public life, but whether your belief is strong, it's there to protect the freedom of your conscience and uphold the rule of law and allow people to disagree respectfully without compelling religious belief or political conformity. And that's religious conformity and political conformity. And I really think that people have to think about, there's a lot of respect that's been lost along the way. This is about respecting people's belief, respecting people's race, respecting people's identity. A lot of this administration has shown a disrespect for the diversity of this nation. And this is picking up steam around the world because everybody is following what is going, not everybody, but a lot of nations are following what is going on in the US. And this is why you're seeing the rise of the right. You're seeing the rise of people wanting to impose their beliefs on other people, impose their lifestyles on other people. And this is what is wrong. And people needed to have looked at Project 2025 before they went to the ballots, before they went to the ballot box, because these guys have supporters around the world. They have supporters around the world. They've got the Nigel Farages. They've got the ADF in Germany. There are others in Italy. This is not something we should be sleeping on, because these people spout Christianity, but they don't really know what the book means. They can read it, they can quote it, but they certainly don't live it. And that's what I
I
have to say
agree.
about this.
No, I agree. And I think many of us are seeing the hypocrisy of it all because we see, and just like Blueberry was saying in the chat or whatnot, we have like these mega churches and stuff these days. And you sit there and you see them put on these shows and these performances, and they're asking for your money, they're asking for your tithes and your offerings and all of these things, right? And they make you feel good for that moment while you're sitting there. And then you leave. And if you need to call on the church, if you need some help, you need some assistance, they're nowhere to be found. They're asking you, oh, have you met your quota in your tithes and offerings in order for you to get some help? That's not what Christians do. That is not what someone with a spiritual and a religious heart does, that actually cares for people. You don't wager help. You don't wager love. You don't ask for anything in return to give it out. And this is what we see in a lot of, these religious groups and churches and organizations and stuff are doing. And then we have a government.
Can I
Go ahead.
just say something? Didn't
Yeah.
one of these mega churches, didn't one of the guys, when they had the really, really bad storms,
I
and
was just
he
going to say
locked
that.
his church doors
He
and
locked
didn't
the
allow
doors.
people to take refuge in there? What's his name? Joel Osteen.
Joel Osteen. Yes, Joel Osteen. These people needed help. They were in outside. I think it was like a flooding. It was like a flood, like a storm that led to like a flood. And these people needed help. They needed refuge, right? They needed somewhere to go where they could be dry and warm and safe. These mega church will lock the door. They told the people no. They couldn't come in. And I said, this is when I said, I said before all of that happened, because I already had seen some things prior. But that's when I really said, yeah, no. Because you read that book, you read that word, even though we know that that's manipulated a bit too, the text. However, if you are tethered and you understand respectfully the higher power that you choose to believe in, and I know all of us have different religious beliefs. We may all pray to a different, entity on, the religious and the positive and the light side. For me, it's God. You hear me say, me and my mama, and Imani as well, we say a lot about God and Jesus. But I understand that there's other, higher powers that other people believe in as well. It's the same. It really is the same. That's one of the things that, me and my mom talk about a lot on a deeper level. And it's like, because of our backgrounds, right? Because of sometimes even where we may, be located all over this big, beautiful globe, we may have different words for, like, okay, for example, I call my mom. My son calls my mom grandma. When it comes to his grandmother on his father's side, she's Filipino. And so grandma in Filipino is Lola, right? So he calls her Lola, and that's what she goes by. That's the same way I see it when it comes to like our faith, our religion, our beliefs, when it comes to our higher power that we all believe in. If we choose to believe in a higher power, it's just a different name, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the source, at the core and the foundation of the representation and the position and the power, we all understand it's about love. It's about caring. It's about unity. It's about all of the good things, right? Like most religions, people from these religions, if you have conversations, at the core, the foundation of what we all believe is true. And the importance of what's at that foundation is the same across all different religions, right? We may just have different words or titles and things of that nature, or imagery, right? Of what our creator or our, higher power may be. But at the core, the principles are the same. You know what I'm saying? And it's about the light, the love, the unity, the care, the love thy sister and brother, all of that, And when I seen, these churches and stuff like that close and lock their doors and say that when the people in that community were in times of distress because of natural disaster and needed help and aid and assistance, and the churches, these mega churches that will allow them to come and put all their money in the collection plate and pour all of their time into their church, when they're in the time of need, they lock the doors and say, we can't help you. That broke my heart. That just broke my heart. I couldn't go on after that. Like, it solidified a lot of things that I already was seeing and I already was feeling, but it really solidified for me. It sealed it up, tied it up, put it in a nice package in a bow. And I said, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong about how I feel with just hypocrisy when it comes to a lot of, these churches and stuff and religion, right? Spirituality, us being tethered and connected to who we believe to be our creator, our higher power. Absolutely. That's where I'm at with it right now. But these businesses, this is a business. A lot of these churches, okay? Oh, this is how you run your business here? You don't help people in their time of need, when they're struggling, they're suffering. But you're supposed to have it in your heart, and you're supposed to push and sell that you represent God and Jesus and all this. Please. But go ahead, Imani, before we play a little bit more of this. I'm going to play it to the 20-minute mark, and then we're going to move to the next video. I know we're running over in time.
No, I was just going to say, I don't care if people worship the doorstop that holds their door open. It's how you treat people that's important. It's whether or not you are respectful to other people and their belief systems. It's whether you help someone who's in need. It's whether you treat people as you want to be treated. I don't care who or what they worship. It's not my business. My business is how I live my life. It's how you live your life that's important, not who you worship. Because that's you, that's between you and who you worship. And that's always been my belief. I like to try and understand. I'm interested in what other people believe because I'm naturally inquisitive, but it doesn't bother me. Like I said, somebody could worship the sneaker on their floor. What they do and how they treat people, how they live their life is what
That's
is
the
more
whole.
important to me than anything else.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And that's why I say over here, and I want people to really know that and feel that. I hope y'all get that and receive that. When it comes to spiritualism, and even, yeah, okay, it's all right. If you're still a religious person, you still may go to church. You still may have a structure. I just still want you to understand that we don't judge nobody when it comes to that. We're very welcoming and understand that we all have our different belief systems that works for us, that has gotten us through. I remember when all of that stuff was happening, with some of these mega pastors such as TD Jakes and all the things, right? And there was conversations where, people were like, no longer supporting TD Jakes, and they couldn't understand why people were still there, supporting them, and just could not, like, turn against them. And what I understood was that sometimes in life and how it has been set up is that, your pastor, your church, when you go, you don't necessarily know all things that's happening behind the scenes in these people's personal lives. You don't know that. But what that person has done or that establishment has done for you has just brought you peace. It's brought you healing. It brought you out of the darkest time in the day of your life. And a lot of people will stay loyal to that. But let's play some more of the video, y'all. I'll be right back.
Gathering, we're still going to church. Part of the problem is we didn't walk away from that institution because we were walking away from Jesus. We left because we were taking Jesus seriously. We left because they took Jesus seriously enough to notice that the church wasn't taking Jesus serious. And so what will happen is they won't become more committed Christian nationalists like I think they're trying to groom and disciple them to be. They'll actually start asking questions about Christian nationalism and why it looks so little like Jesus. So I'm not so sure it's going to work out the way they hope that it will work out.
That Lemon Show is brought to you by the Freedom from Religion Foundation. Now, if you have been following the news like I have, you probably saw what just happened in Texas. State education leaders approved a required reading list that includes Bible passages for public school students. Whether you agree with that decision or not, it raises a big question. Who decides where the line is between religion and government? That's exactly why organizations like the Freedom from Religion Foundation exists. As America approaches its 250th anniversary, it is worth remembering that our Constitution protects your freedom to practice a religion, to change your religion, or to have no religion at all. Those freedoms only work when government stays neutral. The founders rejected religious tests and established a government accountable to the people. Those principles still matter today. The Freedom from Religion Foundation works every day to defend the First Amendment and everybody's freedom of conscience. Learn more or become a member at ffrf.us/Don or text Don to 511-511. That's Don to 511-511. Text fees may apply. Support comes from Lean. Now, it feels like everywhere you look these days, somebody is talking about weight loss injections. For a lot of people, they have been a game changer, but they're not for everybody. Maybe you don't like the idea of giving yourself a shot every week. Maybe you're worried about side effects, or maybe you're just looking for another option. That's why doctors created Lean. Lean is made with studied ingredients that may help support healthy blood sugar, reduce cravings, and help your body convert fat into energy. Now, let me be clear. This isn't for somebody just trying to lose 3 pounds before a beach vacation. Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for people with 10 pounds or more they'd like to lose and who are serious about building healthier habits. And no supplement replaces eating better or getting more exercise. Lean is designed to work alongside those things, not replace them. Right now, you're going to get 20% off plus free rush shipping. Go to takelean.com and use the promo code LEMON. That's TAKELEAN.com. The promo code is LEMON. Here's what I believe. You can tell me if you're wrong. We can free to disagree. But the Jesus that I know would be hanging out with the transgender kids. The Jesus that I know would be going and spending time with the addicts. The Jesus that I know would be flipping the tables and the money wherever the money grubbers are, and the people who are refusing to give help to hungry children for lunches. You know what I'm saying? He would be rejecting those people. And so that's why I don't understand why these evangelical Christians or whomever, religious nationalists, why I understand why they're doing it, because it's about control. And I'll get to that. But I don't understand for the life of me how they don't get it and what book they're reading. Because it's supposed to be, again, about the least of these. And rather than judging, trying to figure it out, rather than banning, trying to be more inclusive, bringing more people into the fold. So I don't really understand it, but does it make sense? I don't understand it, but I do, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yes. I mean, that's how so many of us feel about how we were raised. At one level, we get it. At one level, we also don't get it. I mean, we're all still scratching our heads going, how do you not see? My friend Melinda Hell, which we've had recently at our church, she's fantastic, but she said, it's so weird. She's like, it's like evangelical American Christians are flunking an open book test. And I love that analogy. It's like we have an open book in front of us. We literally, the Bible's like open. We see it. We see what Jesus is doing. We see how he moved, how he lived in the world. But Don, a lot of that goes back to, in my opinion, so much of a distortion that you can trace historically. But I mean, so much of it came early on in the evangelical days when it became so much about not following the way of Jesus, but it became all about this head religion that somehow you had to line up with correct doctrine, right? And so everything got forced in that mode, and lots of people began to step away from the fact, well, what did Jesus actually do when he was here? And I think that's by and large why the prophets right now have a word for us. And Jesus comes from a long line of prophets, right? Like, I mean, when you read the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, what you see are a lot of those gospel writers, they're trying to show you the best that they can. They're using everything they've got to show you who Jesus is to them. And particularly like Luke is a perfect example. He's saying, hey, I want to show you Jesus in the long line of prophets. So think about all the Old Testament. I mean, if they want to talk about the Bible, then let's just talk about the Bible. All those Old Testament prophets, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, all name them. I mean, that's the entire Old Testament, most of it. What's interesting about that is Jesus still falls in the line of those prophets. And every one of those prophets, they do exactly what you just said. Their critiques are by and large, yes, they're exposing the empire, but their critiques are by and large for and dialed into the religious systems that are covering everything that's happening. And so that's how Jesus showed up. When he came, he stepped into that moment and he says, this is hypocrisy at its finest. And I think that's what you're seeing right now. I mean, there's not a lot of difference, which is why I think the words of the prophets and Jesus are so threatening to a lot of Christian nationalists right now, is because they don't know what to do with it. I mean, here's a verse that comes to mind. Isaiah, this is the prophet Isaiah 1:15. He talks about all the festivals and all the things that you're doing in Jesus' name, these large gatherings and shows and your Bible readings and your prayers and everything you do, because you keep claiming we're a Christian nation, which I just want to pause, Don, and say, why do we keep insisting we are a Christian nation? At what point was it Christian? Was it when we enslaved Africans? Was that the Christian moment? Was it when we committed genocide to indigenous people? Was that the Christian moment? Please tell me when it was Christian. And don't tell me the founders were all Christian. I've got a list of them. I have studied them. Yes, there were some. Samuel Adams, Patrick Henry. But please hear me. Do a little bit of research. Washington rarely spoke about Jesus directly. Thomas Jefferson rejected miracles and the Trinity. Benjamin Franklin admired Jesus but questioned his divinity. John Adams was a Unitarian but rejected the Trinity. James Madison championed religious liberty. So don't tell me we're a Christian nation. Also, when did we just completely disregard the Constitution, right? I mean, the Constitution itself is clear.
All right, y'all. So we're just going to pause it right there and take a quick commentary break. And guess who I got here with me, y'all? Mama Warrior is in the building. Okay, my little peanut went down for a nap. And so Mama Warrior is going to be joining us. She has a few things that she wants to add in and chime in and talk about, especially on this coverage right here. Y'all, please don't go nowhere, because we do have 2 more topics we're going to get into. We also are going to be, after Mama Warrior has her say, we're going to cut this video short, y'all. So I will recommend that y'all go and watch Don Lemon's show and podcast on YouTube if you want to hear the rest of this entire conversation, which is excellent. If y'all want to do it as a part 2 and watch it together with us, y'all let me know in the comment section below, and I can put that in the part 2 as well. Just like we're also going to add in the conversation with TS Madison and Mathew Knowles on the part 2. But we trying to move right forward so we don't hold up too much of your time. And so our next topic we'll be getting into will be from none other than Reese Waters. And with the comedy, I love it. But he's going to be talking about, some of the reports from Fox News and how it's like, they say racism is okay, but anti-Semitism is where we draw the line. So yeah, that's going to be some commentary that he's going to have in the next portion of the video. But first, I'm going to let Mama Warrior come up. She's going to speak on a few things. We'll take a song break, and then we will go over to Reese Waters' video and cut this one short. So what is up, Mama? How you doing? How you feeling?
Hello, everyone. This is Mama Warrior, DD Fox. How's everybody doing? I see we got a nice little group here in the chat. Welcome to everyone. I'm glad to see you and glad you are here. Hi, Imani, and my baby girl Golden here, Heather. Hello to you, sweetheart. And I find this particular video very interesting. As I said, and I've said many times on my live, I do believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in God. That is my belief. I do not say that to denounce anyone else's religion and who they believe in and who they worship, but I do worship God. I like to make this clear because it's so very important to me. Number one, remember, I am a sinner. I am not 100%. I am not perfect. Okay, I'm struggling every day to get it right according to how God wants me to do it. This is me speaking of myself, and I'm speaking of want to speak of the world because I think I hit on this a little bit yesterday, and I was saying God, and how I was saying how these MAGA Christians really believe that this president is God. And that's a terrible, terrible, terrible mistake, because there is no man that walks the earth that could be God, that could replace him. We breathe right now where we sit, and we're sitting, or we're standing, or we're driving, or we're working. only because of God today. And I want to touch upon something Heather said when we had the disasters, how those church doors did shut. It broke my heart too. It was horrible. It was a terrible thing. And I'm sorry, lost the thought there for a minute. Yeah, it was terrible, and you really did find out what nominations, what people did really believe in God, because if you believed in God, there is no way that you would have shut those doors. And if we look in life and in the world today, we see the same thing happening with these MAGA Christians who profess God, but yet they condone the many lives of children being lost. They condone throwing our soldiers out there to be murdered and killed for a senseless war. How many more things can we mention? They condone and trying to return us back to racism and slavery and just all of it. And if you look at it, you can see that these MAGA Christians is a joke, in my opinion. Some may agree with that, some may not. That's how I feel. That's my opinion. And like I said, and I will say again, in this world, we have no time for nonsense. We have got to get in touch, and we got to stay close to our God, because he's the only one that's going to bring us out of this craziness that we're in right now. There is no machine, there's no robots, there's nothing I can even imagine or think of that would get us out of what we're in now. Only God will make this right. And whomever you call him, whoever you worship, I'm giving you honor and respect for that. I'm not just saying God is the only way, because sometimes we have different names for him. We have different people that we worship. Now you're not going to understand this. I even give respect to the atheists, because it's choice. We choose to believe in, and we choose to have our worship for whomever we want, and it should be respected. So that's how I feel about this whole situation. But I am going to continue listening to this Don Lemon, and what is this pastor's name again?
We'll find his name.
Okay, anyway, I want to finish listening to this video. I would advise that we all do, because it will make a lot of sense of what we're seeing each and every day. Even today, this morning, the atrocities and the chaos that we are seeing in this world, it will start to make a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. And I just want to say, bless all of you. God bless all of you, and just hold on to each other. Please, in this life of the moments and the minutes and the seconds that you have, make it about love, peace, and tranquility. For that will lead us and keep us in with God. And if we stand with God, we will not fall. We will not fall. And that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, Mama. I appreciate that. And, like all of these things that we've been seeing, within the political coverage that we do, things that are happening all over the world, we have to remember that at the core of all of that, and what is most important, is that we all are human. That's what it's about.
Yeah, we are human.
It's about us all being human.
Yes.
And we are seeing our human rights being stripped and taken from us. We are also learning, as we have now ventured out, to get to know people in other countries, whether they're third world countries or, different, that they've been probably going through this a lot longer than we have, So this is not just the woe is me, we crying here from the United States because we're going through some messed up stuff. We are going through some messed up stuff. But imagine there's other people that's been going through some messed up stuff, and nobody cared. Nobody wanted to talk about it. Nobody wanted to learn about it. Nobody wanted to advocate against it. And that's what we're going to start doing. This is the movement that we're trying to lead over here, because it is about all of us, each and every one of us. And there's different struggles and things that we go through, depending on where we're at and where we're located. And that's why I think it's important that we do, our global history. We do our global politics. It is about all of us. We're all one. But let's take a quick song break, y'all. After we come back from this song break, we are going to this video down a little bit short. I will put the links in the chat for y'all if you want to watch the entire conversation on your own accord. And then we're going to go ahead and get into, a little bit of comical relief or whatnot with Reese Waters. But, unfortunately, some things that we have to address that are happening. And yes, it has to do with racism. But we'll get into that in just a moment, y'all. Let me go ahead and play this song, and I'll be right back. Thank y'all so much for kicking it and rocking it with us. We really appreciate your time, taking the time out of your day, your evening, your afternoon to come and be with us. It means more than you know, and we appreciate each and every one of you. So let's get into the song, y'all, and we will be right back.
The soul of humanity cries. A roof above, a shelter from the storm, a gentle hand to keep a spirit warm, a plate of food, a mind that's free to learn, a simple peace, a righteous wage to earn. That's right. These are the needs to bedrock and the base, the sacred ground of the whole human race. But the screen is screaming, selling something cheap, while the real world babies cry themselves to sleep. Can't ignore it. We are human, blood and bone and soul. Say it loud, with a right to be loved, the right to be loved, a right to be made whole. This is our slave, this is our sacred song, in the eyes of the creator. It's where we all belong. We are human, worth more than they can price. Beyond the hateful whispers and the loaded gun. Yeah, they're painting pictures, twisted and unreal, teaching our children how they ought to feel. All that value's in the label on your shoes, or the filtered life you desperately choose. They magnify the hate, they celebrate the greed, and plant a poison, a suffocating weed. We gotta reach our children, pull them from the glow and show them a beauty that the media don't know. Let them know. They'll take the vision, the mission of the television, spitting division, a mental prison. Got the youth chasing life's addicted to the feed, ignore the hunger, the fundamental need. Nigga love your vitals on the digital stage, putting the future artists in a ritual cave. Now they're to break the cycle, gotta cut the cord. The real world is powerful, mightier than the source. We teach them about their history, teach them about their grace, teach them about the power in every single face. Let's go. We are human, loud and blown and soul. Everyone got a right to be loved, got the right to be loved, a right to be made whole. This is our story, this is our sacred song, in the eyes of the creator. Where we all belong. We are human, worth more than they can price. The other hateful whispers in the loaded gun. You will build a world where every voice is heard, every single one, from the suburbs to the burning. Love is not a whisper, but a mighty thundering word. A word of action, breaking the chain. A word of power, washing out the pain. It ain't a feeling, it's a verb. It's what you do for me, for them, for us, for you. 'Cause they just a track, just a call to action for every mother, father, every single fraction of the unity, holding it down on the ground. Time to get loud, make a revolutionary sound. Look your child in the eye, tell her that they matter. Tell them their spirit, something that don't lie and shine. That's what the knowledge is the weapon, love is the shield, and the truth is the harvest. We gonna grow in this field, yeah. We are human. Oh yes, we are. Teach for children. Teach for truth. Preach where you live the rules in a fruit. We are human. A right to live, right to live.
All right, y'all. So thanks for rocking with us with that quick little song break. So let's get into our next video that we're going to be showing today and a conversation we're going to have, y'all. Give me just a few seconds to get everything set up here. All right. So as y'all know, one of our favorites over here is Reese Waters. And if y'all have not checked him out, please check out his platform. He is amazing. And he was a stand-up comedian. So he mixes, like politics and with his comedy and talking about, a lot of the important things that we need to know. The delivery is excellent when it comes to his content, right? And so on this coverage that he has, he's going to be talking about Fox News and the racism is fine, but the anti-Semitism has to go. Basically, this is what has been said on Fox News. So comedian and commentator Reese Waters delivers a biting, satirical, I'm sorry, y'all, yet painfully accurate breakdown of mainstream media's double standards. He highlights how certain major networks seem to quietly tolerate or dog whistle systemic racism for years, yet they have suddenly drawn the line, or arbitrary lines, when external pressures mount when it comes to anti-Semitism. It is a masterclass in media literacy that exposes the transactional nature of corporate outrage. The beauty of commentators like Reese Waters is that they use humor to force us to look at hard truths. By laughing through the absurdity, we build the media literacy needed to call out hypocrisy and demand true accountability and respect for all marginalized communities. So let's go ahead and watch a little bit of this together, y'all. And we will meet you in the chat per usual. And then we'll come back for a commentary in between. So let's get into the video. We'll see y'all in the chat. Thank y'all for staying and rocking with us.
According to Fox News and all the people weighing in on X, this kid should never work again for saying he doesn't want to work for a Jew. He should never work again. But the guy with ties to white nationalists got a job at the State Department. Huh? Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week, where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination and hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Now, there I was, co-signing for Floyd Mayweather's latest check, when I see this. I want his life to be ruined. Fox News' Emily Campagno, 46, demands 19-year-old college student Austin Franco have his life ruined for saying in a private email that he's, quote, not interested in working for a Jew. Cancel culture is back. Fox News and Palantir are leading the charge.
Einhorn, one of those owners of that company, Emily, that we just watched, he said, I felt bad exposing him because I thought he could have made a mistake, and he really doesn't believe that wholeheartedly. I'm glad we know this individual's name. I'm glad he was exposed.
Indeed. And the brothers are so generous and graceful, certainly more than I am, because I do want his life to be ruined. I agree with you. It is a permissive structure. And parents, what are your children putting out there? What are the people that have been in your household putting out there online and to their friends? What has been fomented? Because clearly there is a disconnect. Somehow this person learned that there is an audacity that you can have with this anti-Semitism. That's what I found so shocking. Guy and I toured Poland together last May. And I whenever I see things like this, it harkens me back to our trip, where apparently there's been no evolution since World War II. That deep-seated cultural hatred that's been allowed, that's been fostered, has somehow reignited here among the youth. And it is sickening. Cornell needs to take greater steps. So do parents, so do online forums, and somehow this 65-pound vessel of hatred needs to know that not only is this not okay, but it's not acceptable socially, because clearly online and among those kid groups, I keep saying kid, among the youth, they have learned that it's okay, that it's right to have this anti-Semitism. It felt sickening for me to just quote him, by the way. To just say those words, quoting him, felt sick.
I'm really interested to see if Mr. Franco gets a job. Does anyone hire this guy? I really want to follow up on this.
One quick thing, because Emily, you invoked our trip to Poland. And in Europe, in pre-World War II, that era, it didn't go from everything's fine to the death camps in Auschwitz overnight. There was this slide that happened, and this is an echo here that we have to keep an eye on.
We heard Emily Compagno talking big stuff. She want his life to be ruined. I want his life to be ruined. Parents, what are they learning in the home? What are they learning in the home? People need to learn that this is not acceptable socially. That's what we heard. And we heard from Kaylee, is anybody going to hire this guy? Oh, we are divorcing ourselves from racism. I said, look at Fox News. Fox News doing it big. And just in case you want to update on what happened, a 19-year-old college student quietly turns down a job interview, stupidly telling the company it's because he doesn't want to work for a Jew. Within 2 days, the billionaire founder of one of the world's most powerful corporations, Palantir, demands that the company release the student's name to the world. The company instantly complies. National media trumpet the incident and spread the student's name and face all over the place. A senior Trump DOJ official repeatedly urges the public to notify him if that student is ever hired anywhere in the future, promising to use his office to keep the student permanently unemployable.
I say, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
Adults with large influential platforms, pundits, media types, even elected officials, right here on X, routinely say things as bad as, and often much worse than, pretty much every other group you can think of without facing a single consequence, let alone a completely unhinged, coordinated campaign of very powerful people to ruin their lives forever. Now, whatever happened to just being against racism? Like, we can't just be against racism, just the one though. Now, how that's gonna go? Huh? Now how that's gonna look? You wasn't even worried about it, was you? No, right in front of everybody's face.
Boy, ain't no way, boy. Boy, ain't no way, boy.
Cornell student Austin Franco was doxxed by Jewish business leaders after explaining that he didn't want to work for a Jew, claiming his experience with Jews were not pleasant after an NYC startup he had applied to reached out to him 3 times. One of the co-founders, Gabe Einhorn, posted Franco's reply with his name blacked out. Franco was quickly identified. Einhorn said he did not want to ruin his life, but wanted to raise awareness of anti-Semitism. Well, you shouldn't have did that, didn't you? You shouldn't have did that. And you know what? The people that were helping you raise awareness for anti-Semitism also raised awareness for other types of racism. Yeah, that they spew on a regular basis. Both things happen simultaneously. Yeah. Now we know how they really feel. Franco, in a now deleted post, said that in his personal and professional experiences, Jews were tribalistic and vengeful and tended to ruin and bully others who opposed them. Franco said, I'm sure that if you indicated you didn't want to work for someone who was white or Christian, this would not have blown up. Franco claimed that the actions by Einhorn in the Jewish community, posting his reply, doxing him, and then trying to investigate and uproot his personal life, vindicated his concerns that Jews do not work with others politely. Now, I'm going to agree to disagree with you. If you would have said it about a different group, it would have blown up, but it would not have blown up with these people. They wouldn't have blown up with these people. It would have blown up with the general public that is opposed to racism and discrimination of all kinds. It definitely wouldn't have blown up with these people that have staked out the ground of free discrimination and racism. Now, how'd that look? On the face, this is a pretty substantive response, but as somebody that has a segment called Racist of the Week, as somebody that has talked a great number of times about people being aired out for their racism, and hopes that we can laugh and course correct towards a more just society. I can't throw but so many stones, right? I can't throw but so many stones when it comes to the general practice and response to racism. Here's where they got me messed up, though. Here's where they got me messed up. Because a lot of this went down on X. A lot of this went down on X. So you have businessmen, you have officials in the government pearl clutching over what a 19-year-old said in a job interview on a platform that amplifies racism every day, all day.
Man, this some more bullshit.
On a platform that's run by a man who makes it his point to amplify anything anti-Black, no matter how far out of context.
Look, Dad, it's where did you get it? Dad, answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right?
And just as there might be some consideration
Wow. I find this very, very interesting, and I find it very shocking. This is something else to want to ruin this young man's life because he just stated that he would not want to work for a Jew. Okay. Just like Reese said, this group right here is concerned about that, but they wouldn't be all that big and concerned if someone had said that they didn't want to work for someone of another race or any other race. I find that very interesting. I want to continue. Let's continue going on with this because this is something else. I'm telling you, people, this is crazy. It's totally crazy. Let's go on and continue.
Of Fox News perhaps turning over a new leaf. Perhaps Fox News has seen enough. This happened the same day as they went and laughed about Michelle Obama being called a man.
And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America?
See, we don't have to listen. In fact, we enjoy it when you're upset. That guy is a troll. He showed up at the weigh-in pretending he was drunk and was throwing up applesauce as a fake pretense because he was pretending he was scared. That's called a troll. We get it. Not our fault if you don't. He knows it's going to upset you. He's a troll. You give a mic to a troll.
Some standards.
Us? Vote for Plattner.
That's what his point was. Emily, give us a final word. They have to be quick.
You lost your credibility.
Oh, yeah, that's right. This happened the day after one of the UFC's fighters called Michelle Obama a man.
So there we go. Where was the outrage, people? Where was the outrage when that was done? Where was all the news reporting and everybody about to fall out of their chair when that was done? Where was it? It wasn't there, was it? It wasn't there. Let's continue.
That's right. That's right. And what did y'all have to say about that? What did y'all? Oh, we look at that different. Oh, we look at that different. Yeah, it's always an excuse for the anti-blackness, ain't it? It's always an excuse. Let's be honest. Today's economy is as uncertain as it gets. That's why I'm happy to bring today's sponsor, American Financing, who's helping families find a way out of the high interest trap. We're headed into summer, but the economic clouds aren't clearing for most middle class families. Between and the class action lawsuits that have been brought against Tesla. Oh, wait, Trump was sued for discriminating against black folk. Now, wasn't he?
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
So we are going to the mattresses to make sure this kid never sees the light of day again for not wanting to work for a Jew. But it wasn't disqualifying for the president to discriminate against black folk.
This is egregious work. This is nasty, egregious work.
If you want to get real nasty, Darren Beattie finished his senior role within the State Department in May. Not pushed out, not fired. He was allowed to rock. And who is this, you might ask?
Flashback.
Former Trump speechwriter who was fired for attending a conference with white nationalists appointed to top State Department role. There you see him right there on the left next to Kash Patel. Darren Beattie, a former Donald Trump speechwriter who was fired in 2018 after CNN revealed he spoke at a conference attended by white nationalists, has been elevated to a top job at the State Department. Multiple sources familiar with the move told CNN. According to Fox News and all the people weighing in on X, this kid should never work again for saying he doesn't want to work for a Jew. He should never work again. But the guy with ties to white nationalists got a job at the State Department. Huh?
The hypocrisy of it all. There, let's move on.
In addition to his ties to white nationalists, it says Beattie also made a series of racially charged comments, writing in one tweet last year, "Competent white men must be in charge if you want things to work." Unfortunately, our entire national ideology is predicated on coddling the feelings of women and minorities and demoralizing competent white men. Let's just enjoy the fact that competent white men have to be in charge in order for things to work. But if we just have an open meritocracy, they might not rise to the top. So we got to make sure that we put, we got, you know, the competent white men are better, right? But we got to just make sure that they be, you know what I mean? We got to make sure that we put that, Bro, and then what was the part that he ended with? Demoralizing competent white men. Oh, they are just so easily demoralized, aren't they? So easily demoralized. I mean, you look at American society today as a competent white man and just see, I mean, just looking up and seeing Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth just got to be so demoralizing. It's just crazy. You know what I mean? You won't believe how many brown people I saw gainfully employed, just going about their lives. I'm demoralized. I'm demoralized.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
You know where I saw a lot of demoralized men was at the Freedom 250. I can't say they was competent. But they was damn sure demoralized. I can tell you that right now.
Damn it.
He also praised Dr. James Watson, the founder of modern genetics, who later suggested that Black people were less intelligent than white people, as the greatest living American scientist. Beatty repeatedly said that Black lawmakers, policymakers, and groups needed to learn their place and take a knee to MAGA. S-hole countries was the high point of Trump's presidency, he wrote in 2020. Beatty also posted in 2020 a deeply misogynistic tweet attacking Taylor Swift for opposing a monument in Tennessee's capital honoring Nathan Bedford Forrest, a Confederate general and early leader of the Ku Klux Klan, comparing her advocacy to performing favors for music producers. Quote, that celebrities are required to debase themselves with such statements is in some ways even more humiliating than the physical favors they are required to perform for their producers. Isn't it interesting how racism don't never be by itself? You know what I mean? Racism is never lonely, ever. It's never lonely. It's never lonely. You don't never see racism creeping by itself. It always be with misogyny or homophobia or Islamophobia. You don't never see nobody racist but be fighting for women. Never. I've never seen a racist person who talk, but we really need to do something about this misogyny and but only the white women know.
He's right, you know.
You know, we've seen with some of the rhetoric that's come from this administration that just so happens to be taken from, Confederate ideology and pamphlets, or even Yahtzee and white supremacist ideology and pamphlets. It's always just accidentally racist and white supremacist. It'll never be accidentally, it'll never be, do you know that that new ICE campaign is based off of the abolitionists. That's something they did with actually, that came from the Panthers. They said, never. How you gonna beat the racism allegations like that? You know what I mean? That's just supposed to be random. Come on now. Come on. I mean, really, even if you wanted to get people on board with your racism, don't you think that women might be helpful? No, you're just too hateful. Y'all don't never think strategically. And just be right in front of everybody's face like that. Right on Elon Musk's internet. Right on Elon Musk's platform.
I am become meme.
Based, Beatty wrote, using slang to express strong agreement and a since removed tweet about a video of police clashing with Trump supporters on the Capitol steps. The forgotten man speaks, he wrote in another deleted tweet about rioters in the U.S. Senate chamber. As the attack unfolded, Beatty wrote in a still active tweet, the FBI should take a knee to show respect to the MAGA protesters, just in case you're wondering where he was on J6. Mayor Bowser should take a knee as a sign of respect for MAGA. Tim Scott needs to learn his place and take a knee to MAGA. Black Lives Matter must take a knee to MAGA. They must learn their place. Kay Cole James of the Heritage Foundation needs to learn her natural place and take a knee to MAGA. A fifth undeleted tweet targeted Black academic Ibram X. Kendi. Ibram Kendi needs to learn his place and take a knee to MAGA and learn his proper role in society. Now, the one thing I will give him,
Where in God's name did we find this idiot, Beatty? Where did we find him? Where did he come from? Who is he? What is he? Imagine that. Just imagine it. Wow. Imagine
that. He wasn't partisan. He wasn't partisan. He hit Tim Scott and one of the women at the Heritage Foundation.
It's a shame. It's a shame. Uh-oh.
I just love you.
No, that's...
What's the through line there? You know, what's the through line there? We talk about Ibram Kendi, Muriel Bowser, Tim Scott. I wonder what's the... So it's not about the content of their character, huh, Darren Beatty? Huh? It's not about the content of their character. Well, I guess that's one way to make America great again now, isn't it? Yeah, at least you're honest. At least you're honest, because the number of times I've sat here and deconstructed all this nonsense about a merit-based society, right? All the times I've sat here and deconstructed that, at least you're not giving me the bull.
The whole notion of judging a person on the content of their character, not the color of their skin, has happened.
Just in case it's anybody out there that is feeling alone as a Black American in this country, feeling individually targeted, just in case that's where you find yourselves at this particular moment in time, just have no fear. There's always another train coming. J.D. Vance says the Doe staffer who resigned after a report of racist postings should be brought back. Vice President J.D. Vance said Friday that Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency should rehire a staff member who resigned after he was linked to social media posts that espoused racism when Donald Trump later endorsed his vice president's view. Marco Ilez resigned after the Wall Street Journal linked the 25-year-old Doe staffer to a deleted social media account that posted last year, "I was racist before it was cool. You could not pay me to marry outside my ethnicity," and normalize Indian hate. So what is it that we are to take from this sudden strong hand towards racism? Now, granted, during the clip that I played from Fox News, they didn't actually call it racism. They call it anti-Semitism. So apparently those are two different things. That's the only natural conclusion for me to draw, is that those are two different things. Because the racism is certainly okay.
We are living Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream.
I have a whole segment called Racist of the Week. I have a whole segment called Racist of the Week. I talk about this kind of stuff all of the time. But the sheer weight that was thrown against this individual on the same platforms that you amplify the other stuff has me feeling a ways.
Man, this some old bullshit.
It's got me feeling a ways. Because if I were to just offer to you that we are living in a world where all men and women aren't created equal, you would poo-poo that. No, everybody. That's the wonder of America. That's the miracle of America, is that anything is possible. You know, it's all wide open. You can do whatever you do. No, you have a victim mentality. That's what you would tell me. That's what you would tell me. If I were to assert that we are not all created equal, or at least not seen equal. Created equal is a different thing, but not seen equal. But tell me exactly what this looks like to you. Right in front of your face. Right in front of your face. It's baffling to me that they didn't have the shame to get themselves more covered than they did. That's nuts. That's nuts. And as somebody who generally.
Okay, we're gonna wrap this one up, and we're gonna head on to our next one. Yeah, definitely catch this on the replay, because it's a hypocrisy, it's idiocracy, it's the crazy. It's just crazy. Just like he said that the anti-Semitism must be somehow separated from racism, huh? Imagine that. Just imagine that. It's crazy. I'm telling you, it's crazy.
Yeah, but basically, you know, so this is just a little bit of this video, y'all, that I wanted to play for y'all. And Mama's here with me, you know, so we rocking it out together and whatnot. Imani has some administrative stuff to do, so she'll be popping in and out. I don't know if she's gonna come in on the ending one, but we're gonna get into our final video, y'all, because I have an excellent recipe here and an excellent chef is gonna be throwing down and showing us how to make some delicious cocktail. I'm sorry, oxtails, not cocktails. But yeah, you know, like when it comes to this video, like I said, Reese Waters did an excellent job. But basically, when it boils down to racism, anti-Semitism, or any other ism, right? The one that's always going to be last on the list is going to be racism. Because it's something that people like to deny. It's easy for them to deny and have, you know,
make it such
so many
issue.
ways to where, yeah, basically like so many ways to where they can make an excuse that it's, you know, it's not that big of a deal. We need to move on from it. We in our feelings. It's not true. It doesn't happen. Okay, cool. If that's what y'all want to say, fine. If that's how y'all want to move, fine. But I'm asking, like I really am asking, do I think it's right for these people to say, because this young boy, you know, he made a terrible mistake of saying something that maybe deep down in his heart he felt.
Maybe
right?
he should have kept that to
himself. But he should have kept it to himself, honestly. But now it's like it's all over him. It's up and it's stuck. However, when it comes to people saying racist things, right? Racist tropes, and just say the shoe was on the other foot, and somebody say, oh no, I cannot work here because this is a black person's company. Do you think that they care?
Would there been such a big outrage?
Is there going to be outrage when it comes to that? You know what I'm saying? And I just feel like none of it is right. Be very clear about that. None of it is right. But we always have to like fight tooth and nail. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. We always have to fight tooth and nail when it comes to discrimination against black people.
Just a little bit harder. We always got to do it just a little bit
Not
harder.
even a little bit harder. A lot of bit harder. A lot of bit harder. Because we are not seen as equal. We are not seen to have any type of respect. You know, like no one respects us. They don't care. No one is fearful of saying disrespectful things about us, about our companies, about being around us, about working for us. No one cares. People can come out and say all day long, from top to bottom, oh no, I can't work for this corporation or this organization because it's black owned. They can come out and say that. And guess what? It's not going to be no uproar.
Nah.
There's no uproar when people say that. People say, I'm boycotting this company because it's a black-owned business. There's no uproar.
No.
There's no feedback. There's, no fight back when it comes to that. It's okay. It's expected. When it comes to black people, it is expected. And so I think a lot of what is being said is, it's not that we think that these things are okay. The poor little young man shouldn't have said what he said.
No.
But he did, and now they want his whole life destroyed and torn down, right? Because he said something about a certain race or a group of people. When they say that about us, child, nothing happens. Nothing happens. They don't care. They do not care. And that's the whole thing where, like, when we're talking about we're looking for equality. Oh my God, my voice. This is terrible. I don't even know what's going on. I don't know why I'm so hoarse. Probably talking too much. But anyway, when we're saying we're looking for equality, that's what we're talking about. We're looking for the same respect and the same equality that other groups of people get. And it's like, we see and we witness these things all of the time. There are certain classes and groups of people that's protected, so much so that, if you say something about them that you haven't even said in no negative or nasty way, you just said, I just don't want to work for this person or this group of people, whatever. You say that, you're done. You're out of here. You're destroyed. You say something like that about a black person, child, nobody's thinking about it one way or the other. They don't care.
Okay.
And so my question is, why is it like that? Why is it like that? Why is it that anything that can be said or done to a protected class of people or race of people, they have the respect, but black people don't? When it comes to racism, nobody's checking for that. Nobody cares. Anti-Semitism, Child, you better give it up. You better not say nothing. You better not do nothing. Where does that come from? That's my question to y'all. Maybe y'all can, let me know. You can drop down in the chat, or, like I said, if you're listening to it from the cut, you can drop down in the comment section and let me know. But why is it there's no respect when it comes to us? And B-Love says, so much evil in this world, as long as it's not me syndrome. Yeah.
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 I agree, B-Love.
Right.
I agree.
But anyway, y'all, let's go ahead. We're going to take a quick song break. I'm going to give me some tea real quick because my voice is going out. And we're going to get into our final video of this live, y'all. We have an excellent recipe for oxtails. So we're going to go ahead and listen to that together, and then we'll wrap everything up. But I got to get this tea because I don't know what's going on with my voice.
It's that season with the allergies and stuff. It's terrible.
Yeah, I think it's like
people suffer with hay fever.
Allergies and stuff like that. My voice be going in and out. It's a lot of pollen around here and stuff. So.
Yeah, a lot of greenery.
I'm going to give me some tea, but let's play a song real quick and we'll be right back.
Yeah. Ain't no more quiet now. Nah. Tell them run that back. I said, hands up, head high, 10 toes. They monetize pain while the truth get froze. Big talks online, but they hearts stay cold. Still fighting for rights that was promised long ago. Ooh. We ain't your silence, nah. We ain't your fear. Hey. Every time they shut a door, we appear. From the city to the globe, here the people get loud. You can bury one voice, but you can't stop the crowd. Yeah. I'm from the side where the pressure make diamonds, where mothers pray hard cause the system stay violent. Kids learn trauma before they learn signs. Politicians campaign while communities dying. Look, everybody tweeting, everybody streaming, everybody woke till the camera stop beaming. Truth don't trend when the money intervening. That's why the real ones exhausted and screaming. Big change, fake morals, podium capping. Whole lot of hashtags, ain't nobody action. Trying to sell the vision with celebrity distractions. Meanwhile, rights disappear through strategic reactions. Close schools, close polls, close cases. Still see hate written all on their faces. History repeating, just switching the phrases. Different decades, same games, new stages. And they wonder why the people don't trust. Every headline feel dangerous to us. Every promise turned dust, but we still rise up, 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 rise up. Hands up, head high, 10 toes. They monetize pain while the truth get froze. Big talks online, but their hearts stay cold. Still fighting for rights that was promised long ago. Hey, we ain't your silence, we ain't your fear. Hey. Every time they shut a door, we appear. From the city to the globe, here the people get loud. You could bury one voice, but you can't stop the crowd. Yeah. Now everybody playing God with the algorithms, programming narratives and calling it the system. Who decides truth? Who decides wisdom? If the future artificial, who protect the children? Too much rage in the timeline scrolling. Young minds vulnerable, anger overloading. Everybody radical when the fear keep growing and the world stay tense while the missiles stay loaded overseas. War drums, contracts get signed. Oil, power, money always hide behind pride. Poor folks pay while the billionaires glide. And the news turn trauma into primetime vibes. Talk peace with a smirk while the stocks go up. Tell the working class, hold on, but enough is enough. People tired, people broke, people fed up. Still they call us angry every time we stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Listen, it's bigger than left or right, bigger than red or blue. People just wanna live, people just wanna breathe, people just wanna matter. But every generation gotta drag justice uphill, while somebody profits off the chaos. That's the part they don't say out loud. Hands up, head high, 10 toes. Truth hit harder when the beat line rolls. Can't sell fear to a soul that knows. Power to the people, let the whole world know. We ain't your silence, we ain't your shame. If the people wake up, everything changed. From the city to the globe, hear the whole crowd roar. You can't dim light when the spirit want war. Rise up, even when they try to divide us. Rise up, even when the pressure find us. Yeah, yeah. Still here, still loud, still fighting.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let it ring out loud. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Like the mighty waters. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. We remember it all. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Hope is alive, yeah. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on. Let's keep marching till victory is won. Victory is won.
Well, there we had some great music there, and guess what? We had one of our favorite parts of this video, and I'm pretty sure quite a few of you out there are going to say the same. It's about food, about eating something very, very good, and one of my favorites is oxtails, and we're going to be getting down watching a recipe with Grilling with AB. He's one of our favorite chefs that we like to watch him prepare, and I know he's going to make a masterpiece of this. So what I'm going to do, with no further ado, we're going to go ahead and put him on and see what he's going to do with these oxtails, because I'm about ready for my plate, and we got to get everybody else's plate together so y'all can come on through and get one. So let's go ahead and let's go on and see what he's going to do with this here. All right, so just hold on. Let me get it set up for you. Hold on. All right.
Folks, look, you know this right here is a winner, right? So when you guys saw the word oxtail, I know you guys was bought in, right? So what we're gonna do today is we're gonna make a Southern style, you know, smothered oxtails and gravy, right? It's gonna be like an onion gravy. Now, I've already cleaned these. You guys can clean them, you know, soak them in some water, you know, put a little lemon juice, you know, and give them a little massage and clean them all up like that, right? But for myself, I've done these already. Now, I want to give you guys a little bit of a pro tip, and that will be, you see this oxtail right here? Listen, you could take some of this fat off of here. Now, a lot of people, I know they don't trim them, but I do. I learned this from a guy, his name is Daddy, from Daddy's Kitchen. You know what I mean? He's Jamaican. He showed me that, and he said, man, you could take some of this fat off. I had never, ever even thought about it, but it keeps everything from being less greasy, right? So let me go ahead and get set up. I'm only going to probably do this one. Looking at the rest of these are fine, but I want to show you guys how to do it. Now, this is what I mean when I say, you know, just trim a little of this fat. You know what I mean? We go like this, you can see it, and it's like a harder fat. So if you guys ever made, you know, oxtails before, and then you see a little fat at the end when you finish, you know, cooking it, a lot of this doesn't render down. And I should have known that, because this is the same type of fat that be on it. You know what I mean? That's that hard. You know what I mean? See how I nicked it there, but that's fine. We're not doing a brisket. But if you just want to take some of this out, believe me, if you did that on all of them, you just took a significant amount, you know, of fat. Right? So I'm gonna look at a couple more. Everything I saw from earlier, if it's soft, it will render. You know what I mean? You could take some of this like this here. It doesn't have to go. All right, so once I got them trimmed up just a little bit. Now again, you don't have to do that. I just like to get that hard off, and it depends on the actual cut or the cow, how much fat he had, right? But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and set these in here like this. I'm not gonna crowd it all the way, because what we want to do is we want to season, right? So I'll move those over there. Now check this part out right here. Now we're getting ready to, you know, go ahead and season. Let me get myself a new set of gloves. Now, I don't want to crowd this up because I want to make sure I get them seasoned properly, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of this W sauce, right? For those of you guys are going to ask me, what's the W sauce? All right? I'm going to go ahead and just put some of this on here like this, right? Now you're going to want to keep a wet and a dry hand, right? So this would be the hand that I make sure that I put this on here. What we're doing is putting a little bit of flavor on here, you know what I mean? But most of all, it's a binder. Now I'm gonna take a couple of pinches, you know, of the kosher salt. I can control my salt because I use low sodium products, and the next thing you're gonna see is I use my B rub, right? So my B rub, that's for, you know, the heavier. Let me grab it now. This is it right here. This is for your heavier meats. So this right here, oxtail, will constitute as, you know, your heavier meat. So once we have it, you know we got that kosher salt, you know, throughout. Now I'm gonna come over the top with it with a little bit of seasoning, right? Because we're gonna brown. Okay, so you heard me mention earlier that I was gonna be, you know, browning, right? So obviously you see right here, I got a cast iron skillet. I got some olive oil right here. Oh, excuse me. I'm using avocado oil today. You know what I mean? This right here, check this out right here. We're going to go ahead and get this nice and hot because I'm going to be doing my browning. And then when I got these in there, these oxtails has already had been seasoned, then I start with these and do the same exact thing. Now, while that's coming up to temp, check this out. We want to add a little flour to it, right? So I'm gonna get in here with my dry. Actually, I don't have to do it that way. I can just hit it like this. So now we already have it seasoned. Just make sure I have some on there. And I actually picked that flour up. That was gonna be for my you know, for the gravy. So I actually measured this one out already, right? So let's go ahead and just use what we got. So got the binder on there, got everything nice and seasoned up. I can see, look at that, nice and hot. Here we go, folks. You just want to set them down just like that. All right, so look, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a look at the bottom of them. You see like that? That's what you're going to have, folks. You know what I mean? We want to put a little color on the bottom of it. You know what I mean? And that's that flavor. Let's take a look at this one. You see this? Oh, yeah. Now, when I get, you know, color on both sides, you know what I mean? I like to go ahead and turn it on this side, not just the top and the bottom. I like to turn it like this, you know what I mean, to put a little flavor on that side too, right? Now, I didn't use no black pepper. Black pepper make it like super dark. And I really don't care how they look. You know what I mean? Once we put this thyme under here, and if I hadn't said already, we doing it in the crock pot. Here it is right here. So when I come out of here, I just start staging them in there. You know, this is like a real easy recipe. And don't forget, as always, the full ingredient list will be down on my website, smokinandgrillinwithab.com, and that's WITAB.com. All right, now that I'm done with that second batch, right, I'll put it in there. Now, you guys don't have to do yours as far as I do them this way, but I promise you, this right here is going to give it that gravy, just a whole thing, just another dynamic as far as like another layer of flavor, right? So now it's time to work on that gravy. Now here, let me give some pro tips. And anyway, if you've been following me for a minute, you know that I love making roux, right? So that's kind of like what we're finna do, you know, when it comes to the gravy, right? So you can see I got a little bit of oil, you know, left over in here, right? So what I'm gonna do now is everything is back up to temp, right? I'm just gonna add a little flour, right? And we're gonna whisk. Now the key is we wanna continue to whisk, right? I don't wanna get no lumps, you know what I mean? So I'll just keep adding a little bit at a time, right? Now notice I didn't have enough oil in here, right? So it never really did get hot enough, you know? But I like to start off that way. I could have added more oil to it, you know what I mean? Which I'm going to do right now, you know what I mean? And we're gonna let that, see how instantly it gets hot, right? So we'll just keep working this around. And what we wanna do is get this whole 3/4 cup in there. But if you guys follow the way I do it, I promise you, you'll have success. You know what I mean? A lot of people have different ways of doing it, you know, whatever they're doing or however they're cooking, you know what I mean? But there's more than one way to skin a cat. But the key is you want to continue to whisk so you don't get no lumps. Next thing I'm getting ready to do is add the remainder of my oil in. All right, bring some of that flour in here like that. And now I'm going to add the remainder of my flour. I just put it around like that. So now I got the whole full cup. So you can see, look at that. That's what you want. But I'm going to continue stirring this. Like I said, I don't like for it to like set up no paste on me, nothing like that. But I'm going to continue doing this. So what we looking for, the longer we let this cook, the darker it'll be. Hence, that's like making gumbo, right? So if you guys look at it in this phase right here, you know what I mean? It's really up to you, really. But I like a little bit more on the darker side. So I'm gonna let this continue to cook, continue to stir it. You know what I mean? And when I get a little bit more of a peanut buttery color, Then I'm gonna add something else to it. All right, so here's where I add just a little bit of onion powder. You know what I mean? We already gonna put onions in it also, right? And you know, maybe a couple of pinches of salt. But you see that color right there? That's what I like. I like a little bit of a darker gravy. That gives it that little bit more of a nutty taste to it. You know what I mean? And but just look at that right there. If y'all need me to come on over and make some gravy for you, just let me know. You know what I mean? We can make it together. I can learn from y'all. Y'all can learn a little bit from me. Now that that's the color I'm looking for. We just take a little while to get there, but we get there. Right? Now we're gonna go ahead and add our garlic. Now I'm gonna go ahead and put my onions in, right? And I got it. I just want these to be in there where it's nice and hot, you know? So we'll just add these just like you see. They're only gonna be in here just for a hot minute, just enough to release this water in here. That's why I see it kind of like sizzling up. You'll see it start to thicken up a little bit, right? But I just want to get.
All right, y'all. So this is one of the recipes that I have watched and I have made before. This is the smothered oxtails with gravy. It's given very much soul food style, right? So it's a lot of different styles of how you can make your oxtails. This is the soul food one, but I also like the Caribbean style as well. And I do have a favorite chef or whatnot online that is Jamaican that makes great recipes, great Jamaican recipes. And I'll show y'all that one in another live because we got to end this one. We getting up here, y'all. It's been about 4 hours. You've been rocking with me. But yeah, right here, I'm going to just finish it. I'm not doing too much talking. Child, he throwing down. And I'm just loving every minute of it. Because, child, I'm about to make me some oxtails. I'm telling you for real. But let's get back into it, y'all. And then we'll be wrapping it up shortly after this. I had to get me some tea.
These on their way to start to soften up, right? And now I'm gonna grab my beef broth, right? And now we add a little bit at a time. It'll try to thicken up on you, but you know what? We're gonna keep it stirring, right? Let me go ahead and get my spatula. Grab this, bring this around. Right, and we just stir this up. You know what I mean? We don't want it to get thick on us. If you need to put a little bit more beef broth, by all means do it. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna taste it. All right, so you guys see those oxtails in there, right? So now I'm gonna take the gravy and we just gonna pour this right here just like you see. Now I'm gonna go ahead and just pick up a couple of these just so you guys can see. When I say completely submerged, that's what I mean. Look at that right there. Yeah, that's gonna do it. And then don't forget, this is gonna render down, release its flavor into the gravy. And at the end, we're gonna have a ball, folks. We're about to have a Southern feast. All right, folks, now look, let me go ahead and put my top on, right? I'm gonna get my power. Now here's the thing. We're gonna go ahead and put this on high, right? So this is my high, and we're gonna go about 8 hours. That'll ensure that everything will be nice and soft, right? So as I come up on this 8, there he is, I hit start. And I'll see you guys later. All right, so it's something I failed to say like in the very beginning, like when we were talking about like our cook times. Listen, if you have the bigger oxtails, you know, like when you buy them, they come with like a couple big ones and they have like 3 or 4 little bitty those small ones. But if you got a majority of the big ones, you want it to render down, right? You don't want to eat nothing that's not that's not like super tender, right? So that's why I like to go 8 hours. And it really depends on your crock pot, right? Or your slow cooker, however you're doing them, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and open this. Now I checked these already at 6 hours. And then what I did was I made rice, stuff like that. So we coming up on 7. I can just tell you these are ready right now. I'm gonna go ahead and just hit power and turn that off. Now I'm gonna show you what I mean. Look at this right here. Oh yeah, they about to break up. You know what I mean? So anywhere from 6 to 8 hours would be good. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna set this over here on this side. And what I'm gonna do is, if you guys look right here, I got myself a bowl. You know what I mean? I put a little rice on there. And I'm gonna go ahead and take that one that I was messing with because I know he ready. All right. So I'm gonna drain a little bit of this gravy off because I'm gonna put it on later. But I just want to go ahead and just get this here, right here on the top. All right. You can see that bone here. When the meat start drawing back like that, that's when you know it's ready. So I'll go ahead and put them on there like that, right? Now, I know you guys are just waiting for me to hit it with that gravy, but I didn't want to drown it right now because I want you guys to be able to tell this part right here. I got 2 forks. That's just so that it doesn't flip over. You know what I mean? So as you can see, when I tell you you want your meat to be nice and soft and come apart like that, you see that right there? That's what you want to have. That way it don't chew like a tire. You know what I mean? Look at that bone. I'm going to leave it open just like this. And guess what, folks? It's gravy time. Okay, so look, now that you see it, you know, it's plated. Listen, my mouth is watering. I've tasted my gravy, and I probably didn't emphasize that enough in this video right here. You got to taste all of your food as you cooking in stages, right? So listen, I know my gravy was right. I know that after it sat here and cooked, you know what I mean, and then melted some of that fat from those oxtails and yada, yada, yada. Look, I feel like I'm about to, you know, like be doing a little rambling, like over talk it. But you see this right here? Oh, this is for all my gravy people out there, because I know the gravy police be watching me. You know what I mean? Say, AB, you don't be having enough gravy. You know what I mean? So we're going to do it just like that. I'm going to mix this in like that. And then I want y'all to look right here inside this crock pot. You see that right there? We got gravy, folks. Notice we ain't got all that fat because we did do a little trimming, right? So anyway, cheers, y'all. Now for a little rice and a little oxtail. You ain't even got to do it like that. You know what I'm saying? You look, I just go in there and grab some. Look at that right there. You want to know, is it soft? Let's get some more. Man, this right here is right. Now look, because we cooked it so long, it's later coming up on that evening. You know, even after I have a couple of bites of that and just sampling and just knowing what it is, I already got the itis. But I'm about to sit down and finish these right here. So listen, you guys know what to do. Oh, and here's a little pro tip. If your gravy is a little thick, you know what? If you got even you can use chicken stock, or if you got any more beef broth, just put it in there, stir it up, and there you have it. It just thins it out. Now, let me know what you would do to, you know, add to this. Would you add, actually, I could have added mushrooms with this. This would have been nice too, with some like sauteed mushrooms and drop them in there. All right, but so listen, if you're new to my channel, let me take this time to say thank you for watching this video. Don't forget to like, smash that subscribe button, and tell everybody out there, there's a channel out here that's simplifying these recipes and taking the mystery out of cooking. And guess what, folks? I'm about to dig in. Peace.
All right, y'all. So I thought that'd be a smooth little way to end the live or whatnot. We at the 4-hour mark. So thank y'all so much for rocking with me through this live, y'all. We're going to go ahead and wind it down like we typically do. I'm going to leave y'all with a positive message and then a bop per usual. All right. But yeah, it's been an incredible show today. I thought so. I hope y'all think so as well. We started off with some of the hard truths of the global headlines and independent news. We looked at the power of media literacy with Reese Waters and witnessed the incredible courage it takes to stand up for justice, integrity, and faith in the face of political division during Don Lemon's interview. And then we transitioned to a pure inspirational hearing, how Mathew Knowles turned a life-threatening battle into a testimony of survival. We didn't get to that point in the video, but it's in there, y'all, and we're going to come back with the part 2. And so before wrapping it all up with a beautiful patient love that goes into a comforting plate of smothered oxtails, today reminded us that life is a beautiful mix of staying informed, standing firmly in our truth, and nourishing both our bodies and our souls. No matter how loud or chaotic the world gets outside, your peace is your power. You are a survivor. You are covered in royalty. And you have the strength to create a positive impact right where you are. So, As you go out into the rest of this week or the rest of this evening, morning, afternoon, and night, take that love and unity vibe with you. Protect your peace, advocate for your community, check on your loved ones, and most importantly, make sure you eat some good food. Thank y'all so much for tapping in with us today. Keep your heads up, keep your hearts open, and keep shining bright. Smooth transitions, endless blessings, and we will see y'all right back here tomorrow. What another live, y'all. So peace and love. Golden, Imani, and Mama Warrior. We are out, y'all. We're going to end it with a bop. Bye.
Can you feel that? Yeah. You love that aesthetic, you love the vibe. But you feel the person that's living inside. That's that 1920s cotton club ghost. You want the talent, but you hate the host. You call it curiosity, I call it theft. Leaving the struggle and the trauma on the left. That's a disconnect, a bridge built of sand. Trying to own the culture, you don't understand. Trying to face it's that Karen energy, police in the block. The same entitlement that put the system in the lock. You say you ain't racist, it's a misunderstanding. But your comfort is a weapon and your ego is demanding. Bridge the gap or watch it burn. History is a page that you refuse to turn. Feel that in your chest? Let's talk. Drake, pedomania, medicalized hate. Calling us crazy just to seal up the fate. Now it's tone police and then calm down, please. Why you navigate the world with the manager's ease? You're a tourist here, I'm a resident of the fire. You want the cool, but you're a cultural liar. It's the let me see your ID for no reason at all. Historical entitlement, watch the empire fall. Intent ain't the impact. Ignorance is a choice. If you wanna bridge the gap, give the truth a voice. Listen. From Jim Crow laws to the corporate suite, the same Karen spirit, just a different street. We don't need your ally posts on the feed. We need you to check the entitlement and the greed. Deconstruct the house that your ego built. We don't want your apology. We don't want your guilt. Yeah, Mama Warrior. The golden queen frequency. If it don't rattle your soul, you ain't listening. What's the gap? They don't know her like I do. Nah. Golden. She moved through the city with her hair held high. Pretty brown skin with a storm inside. Everybody see the glow, they don't know the pressure. Smile so warm, but her heart no weather. Late nights riding while the skyline blurred. Trying not to cry when the memories occurred. Had to learn fast, everybody ain't loyal. Some people love you long as they control you. Now she move careful, energy expensive. Too many fake vibes hiding in the friendship. Used to give love with her hands wide open. Now every scar got the whole vibe frozen. They don't know her like I. No, they don't know. She goes by golden, soft voice, deep soul, hope or glowing. She goes by golden, city lights dancing with her heart stay open. Long dark road, but she still stay focused. Everybody watching, but they don't really know her. Too much grace for the games they throwing. Real love, rare, so spirits they got it. Beautiful soul, but the pain left marks in it. Mirror tell the truth when the lights go dim. All the things she carry weight heavy within. She survived nights she don't even speak on. Still finding peace while the whole world ain't wrong. Funny how the love disappear when you're healing. Funny how the fate come around when you win. Now she trusts God more than people intend. Just cause smiles hot and being hidden in the ditch. She's still soft-hearted but she way less naive. Can't keep pouring love where there's nothing received. Still dancing slow through the hurt and confusion. Trying not to lose herself chasing illusions. She survived the fire. Still glowing through this room. Still sad. Still dangerous. Still chosen. She goes back golden. Slow so deep made the whole room notice. Heavy lies couldn't break what was chosen. Still standing tall while the whole world folding. She goes back golden. Heartbreak turned to pains in the matter. Now the tears got rhythm when she's singing. And they still don't know her like that. They still don't know her like that. Spend too much time looking for love in strangers. Spend too much time. Spend too much time letting outside voices shake the mirror. But at the end of the night, when the lights fade, when the city cried, when the tears dried, we still got